and then it switches and says that it's excellent connection. Look at that. Excellent connection. Goes, oh, it finally switches. I had to be like turned off for a long time. Oh my goodness gracious, it actually worked. Look at that. It said in order to stream on YouTube Shorts, just send them vertical content and it'll come through as YouTube Shorts, I guess. I don't know. Well, hopefully I don't have to do anything, but we're going to find out if this is worth it or not. Also, it doesn't do anything, and it doesn't seem to be hurting the stream at all, because it doesn't, still no dropped frames, and my kilobits per second looks good. So we're going to go ahead and stick with that for now. Okay. My God, do I want to wash my hands so bad. Holy shit. So bad. I was supposed to wash my hands when I went upstairs, and I completely forgot. But yeah, anyway, I definitely think that you should finish that because I want to use it so badly. I think it would be so cool. I know they feel so like, I've said this before on stream, but like when my hands get any type of tackiness to them whatsoever for any reason, like I touched the dog for a little bit when I was walking upstairs while I was doing this just starting or starting soon thing. And now my hands, it feels so weird. It feels so weird. So I gotta go wash my hands in a second. But ADD, so we're gonna get distracted for a sec and not do this. What is happening? How do you close? Oh, that's how you close the window. You can't just right click it like the other ones. It doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna run out of coffee in like 20 minutes because I have to wake up now to take my son to school. So I don't just get to wake up at 8:30 and then power through getting ready to do the stream stuff. So now it's like, oh, Death Lily, hello. And so now it's like I blow through all of my coffee prior to getting here. So it's like I'm like 75% left of my last cup of coffee. And I don't know what I'm going to do. Right? I even thought about stopping off and buying coffee just so I could like prolong this. But I'm like, dude, I am already drinking like an entire pot of coffee myself. There is no reason I need to drink an entire pot of coffee plus have a big thing from Starbucks, like just so I could have something to drink. Like just drink water. People have lived for millennia with water. Millennia might not be the right thing, but people have lived for a long time by just getting with water. Like it's fine. Jeez. Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, see? Stay hydrated. You just got to stay hydrated, man. That's what it's all about. Staying hydrated. Being healthy. Well, I'm not healthy for shit. I eat terrible stuff. God. But slow start. I have been trying to walk more. Not a whole lot. I keep saying I'm going to walk every day at a certain time, and it ends up being like only once or twice a week. But once or twice a week is better than 0. And if I keep up once or twice a week, maybe it'll turn into 2 or 3. And then maybe 3 to 5. And then maybe 7 to 8. Who knows? And I do a lot of walking around in my backyard doing vocal development. Like yesterday before my wife and kids got home, it was like a 40 or 45 minute walking in circles. And I walked about 2 miles or so. Just talking to myself about what the next steps were that I was going to be working on or what else I was going to make. I refuse to take the blame for my bad habits. I blame culture and fast food. Yeah, it's never your fault. It's always the equipment's fault or somebody else's fault, right? Because we're perfect, right? We're the best. I'm the best. You're second best. Well, my wife's best. She's tied with me. Nah, I think she's better than me. But still, that's a fluffing her up because she's here. I'm just kidding. Dug myself a hole in that one. Woo! I win. Let's go. Champion. Oh, damn. That's good. You're just better. Nice. Okay. I actually don't know what I'm going to do. I guess I'm just going to go wash my hands and start right into it because I basically broke a lot of the game last night. I was upset that I didn't have an ability to get a notification anytime one of my ships would go live, anytime one of my ships would be selected. And it was like a really convoluted process on how I was selecting units and how I was tagging them as they need to be on the UI and stuff. And it's always bothered me when looking at the code. It's like this big giant 300 lines of or 200 lines of code just to select someone, because I was having legacy code from a decade ago mixed with trying to use a selection box, like when you drag and you do the little squares like any RTS type style. And so last night I gutted everything in preparation of being able to get notified in code anytime a ship goes was about to say goes live again. What the fuck? I've been doing the stupid fighting with the stuff. Anytime it gets set to the UI. Because I had an idea on how to make my ship scanner actually update in real time, like when items come into it or planets and things like that. And so I was just going to use the detection collider, but I need my detection collider to only turn on when that ship is selected, so I can use it for on-trigger and on-exit events. But I had no way to do that. Now, hopefully, I will have a way to do that. So I'm kind of excited. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Go ahead and put OBS back over there because I don't need it. We've got everything else set up over here. Cool. And then we want... that's it. We're just going to go ahead and do... Yeah, I guess we're just going to jump straight into it. I might as well... Let's look at... let's look at tasks and issues really quick, just to get an idea of what I am actually working on. You're playing Silksong while watching right now? That's fucking awesome, dude. Hell yeah. Fix ships not being able to be selected. Hell yeah. Awesome. Awesome. I would ask you questions about it, but I don't want any spoilers. And if my wife's still in the stream, if she can hear or watch, like she hasn't played it yet, and I know she's going to play it, and I don't want any spoilers or anything for her. I don't want spoilers, but I'm a little less about it because I'm not 100% sure if I'm gonna play it, just because I haven't played Hollow Knight yet. Also, I'm not very good at video games, so I'm probably gonna get my ass kicked if I play Hollow Knight. But fix ships not being able to be selected. In progress. That is what we want to work on in this moment. Oh man, I really want to do that inbound ships thing too. Hella bad. You have seen me play games. Yeah, I'm not very good. I'm a little slow sometimes. Not the sharpest friend, I can tell you that. But I try. And then I quit. So what I wanted to do is, it says add selected unit. The problem with adding a selected unit is, what if there is only one unit? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and delete all that shit because I don't want any of that anymore. So, had a hard time sleeping last night because of this problem. I am not entirely sure if this will work, but I don't like the fact that when you click on someone directly, right? We're setting the unit. I think when we set the unit, let's go here, set selected unit. When we set selected unit, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. The problem I'm having is like I have two different systems for how units are controlled because like I said, I have a legacy system that I made a long time ago and I'm trying to make it work with a selection box system. And so the selection box system is under the impression that if it sets, where is it? Selection box. If it sets selectable.selected, selected is like an observable. And so that's where it receives that information. I can get rid of double click. I can get rid of selected unit cell. I don't give a shit. Chip UI manager. God, I rewrote so much stuff yesterday. This selection box thing right here, selection box handler. Basically, these things were supposed to be called and actually do stuff. Add it to the selections units box. I'm just moving it now to a different thing. We need to get first off if selected and not in the thing. Let's see. My problem is if I just say if selected and not in the thing, and it's going to get called twice, and I don't want to call it twice. I'll remove selected units. If removed, the problem with it is selected units, observable lists. We need to make sure that if it fails to remove something, it doesn't call the, what's it called? I don't want remove range. I want remove. See, on data removed. We're calling it anyway, but the data wasn't removed. So basically we need to say, hey, if success, we don't want to fire any events on an observable list if nothing changed on the list. When we call remove range, okay, cool, we're doing it differently. We're not actually saying, hey, you know, awesome, and we're doing it here. Why do I have this twice? Why not just do that? Same shit. All right. Sweet. Cool. Now we at least don't get called twice by attempting to remove. Adding something. I feel like adding something should have the exact same effect, but I would rather not be the one handling adding it into the list. Like, don't even call add if it's in the list. Right? Because that kind of like defeats the point of this thing. So we're going to go ahead and leave that. Set selected unit. What are we doing when we set selected unit? I want this to go because when I set a unit directly, I want to be able to tell everybody else, hey, don't fucking, what's it called? Also, if we I just realized another issue, if we go to here and I say remove selected unit or unit, whatever, same shit. One reference, who uses that? Ship. Instance.remove selected unit. Nope. Get out of here. I don't like that. Remove selected unit. Static. Do not like that. We'll go ahead and do that. I think that's fine. Instance cam follower. All right. So when we remove selected unit, if removed, toggle the property on that ship. If we have things, return removed. Awesome. This right here. Oh, confusion. Because my brain kind of blanked out for a second. What the fuck? Like I had a thought on how I was going to proceed, and then it just poof, gone. Absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea. Oh. All right. Cool. I need to maintain this. Damn, this is difficult to do. I need another one. I need another thing here. I need like, I don't know, an iPad on my wall right here that does stream manager. That'd be sick. Nah, I'm just kidding. Too many screens. Too many screens. But the idea I was having is ignore this. Why doesn't that work anymore in my brain? So we want to add a selected unit. So here we're saying, hey, if it's already here, don't do it. And then we're setting the camera targets directly to that person. So that means that if we set it twice, selection box handler. Yeah, see, this is the issue. On pointer click, we want to add selected unit here. All right, let me figure out what the fuck is happening actually, because part of I think why I'm getting so confused right now is I don't really understand the issue. Actually, I think that's the biggest thing right at this moment. I don't understand the issue fully. Also, this is supposed to say pre-selected, which is why pre-selected. Perfect. All right, give me 1 second, dude. I gotta wash my hands. Like, I can't take it. 1 sec. I don't have a BRB screen or vertical. You beat a boss? Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Kick ass. Dude, the gameplay looks so fun. The art is incredible. I always thought that Hollow Knight looked incredible. Looks so good. $20, 3 people. Fucking hell. That's nuts. So what if when we add selected unit, if it doesn't contain it, also we're doing something add selected unit and then we're saying set targets to everybody. We're not actually saying set targets to everybody. We're saying, what's it called? So I want instead, man, my hand is being stupid today for some reason. God. Oh, ridiculous hand. Whatever. I gotta monitor the audio levels because it's like, oh, yo. Too high, maybe. I don't know. We're good right there. Let's just leave it there. Also, I have over 20 hours. Jeez, this game looks way better than Hollow Knight. I am so scared to look at anything. I don't want to mess with anything. You know? I don't want to spoil anything or like... There was... When I first started playing Minecraft when it came out, like 2009, I think I started playing in like 2010, maybe 2011, like early 2011. The feeling I got by not knowing a single thing and just hopping into the game and running around, getting killed, learning what nighttime was, and then everything was new to me and I didn't look anything up. That feeling is one of the greatest feelings in gaming for me. It's basically why I play games. Like, I don't like hand-holding. I don't like, obviously looking stuff up. So like when I watch gameplay, I see an enemy type, like I'm seeing it for the first time there. I'm not experiencing that enemy for the first time. So I don't know. I don't like watching gameplay. Like, I watch a trailer, and if I'm sold in the first 5 or 10 seconds of the trailer, I just stop watching the trailer. I do this for movies too, because I don't want to have anything. I want to experience it in real time as it happens. Ugh. All right, let's see. It's this right here that I want. I also don't know why sometimes I'm doing a null check and other times I'm not doing a null check. Doesn't really make any sense to me. Yeah, fuck it. I don't care if the line's long. Be a long line. I don't give a shit. Also, when we add a unit, we want to move the camera to the collection of all of the people, not just focus on that one. And when we add a selected unit, if it is the only unit in the list, yeah, so let's do that. If selected unit doesn't contains them, okay, so if selected units dot count equals 0, then instead of adding a selected unit, what I would rather do is I would rather set selected unit. That way, it calls the notifier to everybody else, like, hey, pshaw. Because when we set a selected unit, we want to tell everybody else, you are no longer selected, get out of here. And that everybody else, I have a thing called iSelectable, which could be a location or a point of interest or an enemy ship or something else that's not necessarily a troop that you control. So it doesn't get added as a selected unit, but is UI on screen. And I want that UI to know that something like the selected unit's changed. Right. Oh, God. I need an LDES that doesn't have, like, this thing here. My computer sits in it, so it's super nice that it's here, but I don't like the fact that it's like the little wedge that I'm sitting in is the width, basically the width of my chair. I've got like 6-ish inches on one side and 1 inch on the other side, and I keep running into it constantly, and it's infuriating. Oh. Okay. What's next? Don't know. Selection box handler, basically, if we are not selected anymore, remove selected units. We need to tell remove IDs. We need to tell it is selected, property is false, but we need to tell the box thing. That's the thing that is dumb. Is we need to tell it about the box thing. So anytime we do remove selected, we have to do that. And we're only going through this if removed. So we're gonna try, we're gonna fail. So we'll take this right here. And this sucks that I do have to get component. I'd rather not have to get component, but for now we're just going to do some testing. So get component, we want box. Oh, selection box. Selection box handler dot selected equals false. So calling selected false is going to trigger this again. So it's going to say false. It's going to say if selected, not. Then it's going to attempt to remove it again. So it's going to be partially recursive. It's going to come through and say remove selected. It's going to have an ID. It's going to try to remove itself from selected units, which it won't be there because we've already removed ourselves from selected units. So then if removed will be false, it'll return false, which will be fine. We're not handling any of that stuff anyway. Add selected unit should be the exact same thing because add unit if selected units contains, it does not. If selected units is 0, then we're just going to call set selected unit. Otherwise, selected units.add, set the property to true, set the property to true. Doing this is going to call this. Oh, sorry, wrong box. Is going to call this if selected. It's going to be true. So it's going to go here. I now am contained inside of that list, so it's going to break out, which means this is actually going to happen twice. So we are going to move this here. And just like that, this is basically the indicator if, what's it called? So I want to say if selected units contains ID, return. Get rid of these things because I would rather, I'm trying to get in a better habit of doing escape clauses instead of anything else. Awesome. Removed, doesn't matter. Okay, let's see what happens. We are doing that on selected unit. We are not doing it anywhere else. So that is an issue. Anywhere we do this, we need to do it. So the last place, because we have add selected unit, we don't have an add selected units. I don't have to worry about that. Remove selected unit, right here, if removed. I need to do it here also. And same exact thing. Only if we removed something do we want to set these targets. So if it wasn't found in the list, don't do anything. I think that's good. Right? If removed, same thing. We have it here. If removed, same thing. We have it there. Peak doesn't matter. Peak doesn't matter. Check to see if we contain. Check to see if we contain. That might actually be good. Add selected unit. Remove. Yeah. We don't have, what's it called? So the only thing left is the set selected unit. Needs to have. Let's go here. All right. Set selected unit. I fucking hate this as well. I love my comments are great, man. I love my comments. All right. Moving on. If ship is not null, go through all of these things. If ship is null, this is the issue. If I say set selected unit null, I want to turn everything off. Right? No, that's not true. Man. And I didn't do version control. I mean, I could see the difference actually now that I have it. I actually could see the difference between them. So if I were to go and look, you can see all my red blocks and stuff. Okay, so I said it was like 200 lines of code. It was like 50. So exaggerate much? Jeez. Basically, if selection was not null, what happens if selection was null? Ah, I was doing it. If selection was null, I'm doing that now. Else, nope, only on peaked stuff. If I say set selected target null, weird. Here, let's look. I wonder why I was doing that. That bothers me. That means I made a mistake. Because I do that a lot, actually, with make mistakes, yes, but if I go to set selected unit and I look at the things here, you can't see, but like camera control, for example, boom. Set selected unit null. I don't remember what the point of that was, though. All right. I said I was going to run the game to try and understand the problem, and then I did fucking nothing, so. I have 2 ships, so if I click on the ship, it goes straight to the ship. I don't care that selected was called because it doesn't get added to the list, so any changes don't apply. So none of my observable stuff is going to get fired. So then if I come over here and I select you, that's what I don't get. That is the issue right there. So when we are setting selected, where is it? We don't need enemy ship at this moment. I need selection box handler. And we'll put selection box right there, selection box handler. Nope, wrong one. It is right there. It was right. So God, it's game player that I want. Jeez. All right, set selected unit. These are all the selected units. And I said anywhere I set this needs to be that. Chips table. Ah. Have we removed ourselves yet? We haven't. Right there. Wait, what? When we set selected unit, we're not removing... Hold on. What the fuck? Something's fucked up. Oh, wrong button. Nope. Too far. Undo the undo. So these are the previously selected things, and then we want to iterate over to those previously selected things, but right here is where I'm adding you to the list. But I want to remove you from the list also. My God, I didn't even see this top line. Okay, redo the undo of the undo. Because yes, I am actually removing myself from the selected lists, then setting this property to being false, then doing this property as false, which should go through and attempt to remove itself. What? I need all of this. Copy. And you need to replace that. So ships table previously selected I get component selection box handler. We need to set selected to be false. Okay. When we add ourselves, we need to do the exact same thing. Except instead of doing this, we need to say id.value and say that it is true. Boom! True. Okay, so the idea here is when we add, if we called this thing, we go through, remove ourselves from the list, update the property on the ship that it is no longer selected, update the selection box that it is no longer selected. This is what bothers me. I hate having to do this part, but whatever. Okay. If we have any peaked properties when we set selected unit, we've targeted just one specific person, then we're going to remove, set them as false, right? So if you're looking at a location, right, and you click on a ship, so this is debatable on if we should get rid of these things when you select a thing or not, but for now we're going to leave it. If enemy, if is not enemy, yeah, set that it's what's it called? Tag it anyway? Why did I write tag it anyway? I don't know if I need to tag it anyway, so we're going to go ahead and say don't tag it anyway. We're going to just do it like that. Also, why are we doing property null? Oh, we're doing property null either way. So if we're doing it if it's a ship and we're doing it if it's not a ship, why do I even have it in a list at all? Why not just do this? Get rid of the else and then get rid of this. We're doing it anyway. It doesn't matter. If this or this, do this, it's the same thing, right? Who gives a shit? All right. Then we have onSelected unit change where it says I have 2 references. Who does that? Okay. We don't need onSelected unit changed anymore. I even wrote might not need this. And I can get rid of the onSelected unit changed. And the reason why we don't need that anymore is because my selected units has all the IDs of the ships and it's an observable list. So if I want to subscribe to if a unit changed, then I can just subscribe to selected units.onDataChanged. I don't need to have a separate changed event handler. And this is looking so much nicer. Like it's much easier to understand what the fuck is happening. And yeah, if we say set unit to null, it's a little bit of a misnomer because, for example, camera control, we're saying set selected unit null. That kind of implies that we don't want any more units, but it's actually not doing anything to the ships. So, I don't know. I gotta pee, and then we'll test this. I'll be right back. Forgot that I was muted. Oh, the hat is being retired. Technically, I don't have the ability of having people activate the keys and play the game. So technically, I didn't release the game. And so we're going to go back to I'm not wearing the wolf hat until I release the game. And by release, I mean playtest. So, you know. Anyway. Oh. Okay. It's weird that when I leave, I don't get a preview of this. Like, there's no picture-in-picture for that. There's no way for me to, like, pop out this thing. If I want to see what it looks like. Let's see what happens if I make it big and then come over here and minimize this. If I come back over here, is it live? Hey, look at that, it is. So if I want to just, like, quickly check to see if it's working. I don't. It doesn't bother me. I just move the thing. Just move the thing. Okay, next. Testing. Wow. I had to remove the hat, man. I didn't feel right wearing it. You got to be able to activate a key and play it in order for it to work. All right. I have my 2 ships, right? Let's go there. Selected equals true. Where is that coming from? That is coming from onSelected change. Okay, and if I click U, selected equals true. And I click U, and I click U, and then I do a box selection. Pre-selected is true. Hey, look at that. I am selected as true. And then if I come over here and I do this, hey, look at that. That works. And then double, and I select. Hey, look at that. Pre-selected turns false. Regular selected goes to true. Let's clear this. Then if I press escape, see? Escape does nothing. Why does escape do nothing? You should be able to. No. Damn, I don't remember if escape used to be able to do that or not. How do I test that? Do I have a build? Documents, development, GPS, Unity 6, builds. Mac OS. Oh, I do. Okay, so I definitely can test it. I am pretty sure. Oh, geez. Yes, you can access my folders and access networks. Man, tip for anybody, you go and do renaming of your home folder. My God. It definitely fucks with stuff. Holy shit. Oh, I forgot I don't have the game set up on OBS. It's just a black screen. It doesn't show the game. All right, so pressing escape is supposed to clear all of the units. Well, shitty. That means that when we say selected unit equals null, like set selected unit, it's weird that it says set selected unit. Yeah, we want, because that's controlling one individual thing, and we want the unit to be null. Boom. Fine. If ship is not equal to null. I guess I do have to have the else. So that also makes me believe that is enemy is going to be set to false by default. So if I take all of this out, and I paste it here. Basically, no matter what happens, we are going to attempt to take them out. If selected units, the only thing that can be inside of the selected units thing is a list of IDs. So it is assumed, no matter what, that if there is something in the selected units list, it is going to be a ship ID. We can get rid of it. We can leave that there and move it outside of this stuff. Getting even cleaner. Key not found exception. What? Because of the order of things when on destroy gets called. I need to start removing on destroy because it doesn't really matter for things like the game player. Like, I don't need to destroy it. I just need to be aware of changes, like when main menu is requested and shit. Okay, where are my shippies? Right here. Oh, look at that. Now you can't select them. What? Ah. That makes sense. I am adding them and then immediately removing them. Okay. So, oi. We are doing selected units. Previously selected. Why not do this first? Why not do this first? And then instead of saying is enemy equals false, we don't need, we can do this actually. We'll do this right here. We'll move this down. So what we're gonna say is enemy ship equals null and false. Otherwise, this thing. Boom. Now, get the ID, turn off the long press manager, which is something that we're going to do eventually. I'm going to get rid of this comment finally, because I'm finally making it not look shitty. Kind of. Subjective. Some people might think that it's shitty, but whatever. Then, ship equals null. That's fine. If ID has value, then we're going to get the ship. If ship equals null, then false. It can't be an enemy. Otherwise, check to see it because it's not a thing. So if not enemy and selected units.count is greater than 0, then let's make a list of all the previously selected people. Also, why can't I... Oh, because I'm removing from the list, so I can't iterate over the list while removed. So I need to make a copy of it, remove, and then go on. Okay, that's fine. So that does that. And then here's the other thing I want to do. If it is a ship, we're going to close all windows. So it doesn't make sense that I'm not adding long press manager is showing show menu false. Also, what does it matter if it's showing? I don't give a shit. Just fucking leave it for now. That means I can get rid of that. So if ship is null, do that. Close all windows. We don't need is enemy anymore. We don't need that anymore. If we are not an enemy, then we are going to attempt to add our ship. Perfect. Okay, I think that's fine. Alrighty. Let's try that. See what happens. Oh, man. Game development. So much fun. Well, I can select from a menu and it selects the ship. I can select from a menu and it selects the ship. I can then go back and select from here. I can then go back and select from here. Pre-selected is being done. I can go and select both of them. I can then press escape and it gets rid of both of them. If I was moving and I pressed escape, perfect, that's what I wanted. If I was here and I wanted to see a list of my ships, let's move somewhere else. Hey, that worked too. That means if I move somewhere, it gets rid of the UI. Gets rid of the UI. Look at that, gets rid of the UI. Oh, fucking A, dude. Also, close all windows doesn't close the enemy window. Yeah, that's because the enemy window only gets closed if it is handled separately from the close all windows thing. Sure. And escape is not closing this window. Why? Why will escape not close this window? Excuse me? Close location poi window. Close location poi window, and there's nothing here. Excuse me? When did I do that? Pressing escape closes everything. Why do we even need to do this? Whoops, my bad. GamePlayer dot set selected unit and just say null. If we set selected unit, UI manager close all windows. Oh yeah, if the ship is not null, we want to close all windows. Where's the other place that's doing it? So when we're looking at a location, is that what's happening in the game too? Like the version that I was just playing? If we're looking at a location and I select a ship, it just closes that window? I guess that's not the worst thing in the world because it's kind of like a reset. So it's like, I click the ship, yeah, it resets. Okay. That is what we want. Close all windows. We can't call this. Let's see, game player. Yeah, we're basically going to close everything and then add that specific person. But why are we doing close all windows if it's not null? let's see something. I might need to nest that in the ship. I might be able to do that somewhere else. So like, hey, when we set selected unit, regardless of what we're doing, close all the UI windows. Because it's either going to be an empty set select unit, which means we don't want anything selected at all, or it's going to be a ship, which we're already closing UI windows anyway, I think. Makes sense to me. And that's all that matters. Not really. Oh. Oh, sick. Yeah, I know. I did this like cyclic thing. Well, I got Unity to shut down because I fucked that up. Nice. Okay, round 2. Oh. Basically, close all windows was calling the set selected unit, which was calling close all windows, which was calling set selected unit, which was calling blah, blah, blah. So, to infinity and beyond. Done for. All right, Unity, come back. And then in OBS, need to go to Unity scene because when it crashes, I gotta relink it. Unity. Awesome. Crushed it. Super good. Okay. When we call close all windows, we're basically doing it twice. We're calling close all windows, set selected unit to null, then we're closing all windows, which calls that, which shouldn't run because it's what's it called. So it's like one layer of recursion, which this, so we need to go through all of this. The problem is we will never have, in selected units, we'll never have a location or a point of interest. It's always going to be some sort of a peak unit. Right? So isn't that what we need instead? Set selected unit, we're gonna close all windows. We just want to double check that it closes all windows. Then we have this peaked property. This is peaked property, is what those other things are. So when we call it, can we get away with just saying, hey, game player dot peaked unit. Observable property, it's a transfer. Yeah, we want to be able to peek anything, regardless if it can be tagged as selectable or not, actually. So that's why I can't just have it. So I have to do the get component if it's there. Okay, that's fine. We can get rid of that. That actually looks like it's doing good. And I want to say GameObject.name is pre-selected. And we're going to say gameObject.name is selected. Okay, now I know specifically which one. Okay. All right, so just to reiterate, I don't know what this sprite outliner effect is. We're just going to go ahead and get rid of this. I'm not doing that anymore. Oh, I know what I was doing it for. I was originally doing when your ships were selected, they had like this little outline around them. No. We're actually not gonna do that. I am gonna keep it deleted. I decided completely against doing that because of, like, if I wanted to do some sort of an aura around the sheet, like around a ship or something, and you select it, I don't want the outline to get in way of some sort of a visual effect around the thing. So. Be gone, old useless code. Nobody loves you. Sure. Oh my god, it's so much nicer than it used to be. Holy fuck, it was so complicated before. Oh, sorry. That code has just been sitting there, lingering, doing nothing, being a mooch, taking up valuable character space. Had no friends, had no family, had no purpose. This is a dumb piece of code. Okay, well, at least I can do that. And I can press escape now, and it actually closes everything. I can press escape now, and it closes everything. I can click the fucking ship. No, I cannot. All right. What was this? Hub upgrade button. Excuse me? Huh? Game player set selected unit. Pixel dog observables, observable list invoked. Update command cells on hub upgrade button? Why are the update command cell buttons? What are you listening for? 5 references for what? On data added. Why? Why do we want on data added? Update command cell. What the fuck does that even mean? Hub upgrade button? Wait, what? I don't understand why I'm doing this. What am I doing this for? Oh, because of the pickup button. But I don't understand why. Also, it was that line. So it must be hub upgrade button. That is the thing that's null. It's not even this ship thing. Which, also, why do I need to maintain a separate list of selected ships every time I click the thing? If I'm trying to update a thing, why not just listen for if my selected units changes in any way? You know? So let's tackle this in 2 steps. First being, why is it needed? Because I don't think it's needed. I guess I could have looked. Actually. Screen UI. There is a UI manager. Select, what's it called? Location UI manager should have a hubs button or some bullshit. What's it called? It's called a hub upgrade button? Hub upgrade button. Build hub station cell. Okay. Ooh, selected location. That's what was null. Ooh, I see what's happening. This isn't getting removed. Remove events didn't get called. Why? Show UI did not get called? UI manager. Oh, I see what we're doing. No, right there. Fucking set selected, bro. We'll go ahead and do that. Set selected. This is going to be on a location, which should be hub station. Hub UI manager. All right, should have a you are an I selectable. You are not an I selectable. Well, hub station is a I selectable. Hub station is an I selectable. Well, location is an I selectable. Okay, fine. What was it called? Set selected? Set selected. Hub station. Do you have it? Set selected. If hub station UI manager is not equal to this, what are you fucking talking about? That's on pointer click. Oh my god. Not a smart person. Okay, so that means we're going to go here. If I press next. So far, I'm following along. Hub station UI manager. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. Hub station. You are null. Show UI. What I don't understand, it must have been because I selected a location first and then did that. If selected, that's not going to be a thing. Close main window in case it's open. Remove all of your events. Okay, so all of this stuff, and then any of our, what's it called, thing. Deal. Wait, the null pointer came from location UI anyway. How the fuck did this go? This is not the issue. And then if I select a ship, right? Isn't that what happened? I need both of you guys to go home because you guys are too damn far away from what's it called? Return home. Ugh. You guys are too far away. Also, shuttle ship, you're faster than delivery ship, but you're so big. I feel like it should be the other way around. It should be like ever so slightly slower than the delivery ship. My big chunky boy. Oh man, I need to make the avoidance collider on my shuttle ship a lot bigger. So let's do that really quick because I'm here and I can already see them. So, galaxy spawner, first world, the Fletchy 1, the Fletchy 1 station, docked ships, shuttle ship. Okay, we'll zoom in on them. Now, shuttle ship, avoidance collider. Oh, this is avoidance collider is for when things enter into me. So it's actually the ship controller that does it. It's the sonar radius. It's like how much, right? I'm pretty sure. Because my avoidance collider is set to 10. Can I pause this? Fucking annoying that it keeps going away. Shuttle ship controller. Yeah, I can see the sonar thing is right there. So let's see if we did this as 10. No? What number is that controlling? What is that number? I don't know what that number is. Also, I'm trying to see if he actually avoids them cleaner or not. Return home. I mean, a little bit. Also, why is sonar radius capped out at 10? Alright. We need to go to local avoidance, right? No. Ship controller. That's where I was. Yes. Ship controller. Alright. Avoidance collider. Should have a bunch of things. Radius. Sonar radius. 1 to 10. Out of here. I'm gonna go 1 to 50. I don't know why it's capped at 10. Wait. Oh, and then we will go to ship. No. The avoidance collider was... Oh, we still need to go to ship. I'm being not a smart man. Okay, so... Shuttle. Where is my shuttle ship? And I want you to be at... We'll go... 15. Because you's a big boy. We still need to get robbed. So one of the issues actually is the bigger the ship, we have that stupid they can't get to you thing on thieves. Because you're getting, I get a, when the two ships, they start to fight each other, like the local avoidance. So if I make the local avoidance too big, like that sonar radius, then the two ships come near each other and the thief can't get within attack distance. In order to do, like in order to actually start stealing stuff, because it's checking the center of the object, not really taking into consideration, you know, it can get closer to a package because the sonar radius is small, but a shuttle ship is big. So it's going to try and get like the same distance away, but so that's an issue for another day. Your shuttle ships probably won't get robbed if I double this distance like this. The only other thing I can think of is disabling on thieves specifically. This is kind of where it only really happens. Oh fuck, I just realized utility ships can attack up close too. So anything that needs to attack up close, I can, within a certain distance of them, disable their local avoidance collider. Or, hear me out, or instead of disabling the local avoidance collider entirely, I can check to see if the thing that I'm attacking is the thing I'm avoiding. So essentially, I have a thing that has like, ooh, you know what? Ship controller. Fixed update. You want to, where is it? You want to avoid. Get avoid. So when we're going nearby agent, if nearby agent equals agent, or nearby agent, I forgot what nearby agents are. Nearby controllers? Yeah, they're just ship controllers, and ship controllers have an ability of accessing themselves. So basically, if we have a target, so if nearby agent, the person we're attacking, is the same as, we'll say agent, this is us. Not really sure why I'm supplying myself as an agent, but is it ship? Owner? Dude, I know I have a ship. Like, I know it's a ship property. It's called ship. Fucking guy, dude. Come on. Agent.ship.target.property. Okay, so if we're following somebody, that's the only time we're ever going to have a target. And so what we want to do is not avoid them. There's another thing too I was thinking about is we have this direction thing, right? To make this a little bit more optimized, I feel like we're already doing something like if avoid and all this shit. It would be better if we could check these things first. Nah. We'll come back to this. If I need optimization, we'll come back to this. But for right now, I think this is going to work. Like, if the thing we're trying to avoid is ourselves, get the fuck out. Don't know how that would happen, but get out. Don't deal with it. And if the thing we're trying to avoid is the thing we're following, also don't worry about that. Because what would happen is it would only be an issue if we had a target property and then set the command as dock or set the command as movement. But anytime we set a command other than follow, then the target gets removed. So if your target docked and I wanted to dock, then I would just store the previous command, which is going to, store the follow command, store that information. It's going to set target as null, and then it's immediately going to, you're still in the nearby controllers. So when this happens on the next time, as it goes to dock, it will avoid. But then when you follow and it disconnects, it's going to, I think that's fine. I think this will work just fine. And this will allow things to get super close to each other without like freaking out in their direction, trying to go left or right because they're too close or whatever. Sick. I don't know, untested, but don't care. ADD much? Because I completely disregarded what I was working on and started doing something else. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Beep beep dee doo. Absolutely crazy. Oh. All right. Next is go back to testing this thing. Shuttle ship, we already set you to 15. Radius is like how... Oh, so what's cool about the sonar radius is like how soon do we start checking for things? And now that I have an ability of avoiding stuff that I'm following, this is the only reason why I had it so tight is because, you know. Cool. Okay, bye. And yes, I washed my hands. They're nice and smooth now. Now when I use my trackpad or, you know, do other things, it's nice. It feels so good. It's not all shitty. And then every time I go to the bathroom, I do the same thing, wash my hands. All right. Back to what I was doing. I need to figure out why I had an NPE on like the stupidest shit. If it is not discovered, return. Hub station, selected station is going to be equal to this, and then we're going to show you why. All of that stuff works out perfectly fine. Boom. And then I can, if I'm here and I cancel, that's fine. Close location or point of interest window. I selectable set selected. Oh, that's the issue. When we're calling set selected, no, it doesn't fucking matter, man. Look, we're in hub station right here. Look, and then boom, boom, boom. And then it's good. And then we move, and then I select a ship, and we're good. And then I select multiple ships, and I move them, and we're good. Stop. And I select one. Yeah, see? It's weird that he only avoids, like, right there. I can make the sonar distance bigger on everybody. No. Stop. One fucking task at a time. Holy shit. Dude. That's crazy. My ADD is so nuts. Foot hammock. Okay. You guys. Move over here. Alright. Whoops. Opened up the debug log. So, I opened up this. Oh my god. See, it says hub upgrade buttons. Selected location. We have a selected location. Deal. And then we press this, and it turns us off. Then we select a ship, and we get hub upgrade buttons. It's going to call location UI manager, because for some reason show UI did not go, and selected location is going to be null, and now it failed. All right, so at least I can repeat it. That's awesome. We need on location where it says set selected, we need to do this. Because it is getting set selected is getting set to false, but show UI is not going for some reason. I didn't change this shit, did I? Wire events, temp selected. Oh my god, I have to pee again. Holy fuck. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna piss my pants again. Oh, it's funny. I said BRB, and then because the debugger took over, it brought it out of BRB. Foot hammock for the win. Okay. We already know that this is working perfectly fine for hub station. We say close location or point of interest window. Basically, all we're doing is we're just close, disable peaked unit. When we do this, and we call set selected, it should be going to the hub station because we're overriding the set selected thing and we happen to be a hub. That's perfectly fine. And when I select a ship, there is no issue because it is actually working correctly. It is the location manager. Set selected. Next. This is what I don't get. It updates the command cells because of something. What told it? Update location info. Okay, so it was a method inside of this thing. Right? 5 references. We have like the calls and then we have this. Sure. Update the what's deal. Okay. So we're at our planet right now. God damn it. I didn't mean to do that. We press escape. Location manager. Set selected. When we go into show UI. Remove events. It is going. Instance.temp selected is not equal to null. And if instance.temp selected does not equal to our selected location, which is null. Okay, so we're here. Temp selected is null. What? Why? Oh my god. This is one of those things where I had an ADD moment and I was in the middle of working on something and I was like, I noticed something that I didn't like. Alright, that issue is fixed. I didn't like the fact that I was doing this weird like temp selected thing. Like I was storing the selected location in question. Like here's your selected location, and then we're storing a copy of it. And it's because I'm setting the selected location before turning it on or off. So then when I go to turn it off, I don't have a reference anymore to the location. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why don't I just handle it at the same time? Why am I doing something stupid like, I want to, why am I doing that basically is what I'm trying to say. I lost my train of thought, but, the reason why I was doing it actually in hindsight, and that's what I got stuck on, is the fact that if you were on a location and I select a different location, right? It's like, that was how I was reconciling that issue. I'm like, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. That's how I was reconciling that issue, was basically doing both things. Whatever. It's fine now. Everything should be hunky-dory. I can press escape to close all of the things. I can select multiple ships at one time. I don't care about this anymore. I don't care about the debugging. If I select a ship, it takes me to that ship. I'm still highlighted on that ship. If I select that ship, it takes me to him. I'm highlighted on that ship. That's perfect. If I have this and I select a ship, it does do that and take me away. If I select a new ship, it takes me away. If I select multiple ships, it doesn't take me away. So adding a unit doesn't close this window. So why am I even closing it at all when I add a ship? When I do that, why am I even closing it at all? What does it matter? All right, I want to try something. I don't actually know why I was doing this, so let's see what it does. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Negative, 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 negative. I think we're actually good on selection box and selection box handler. The only thing I want to do for selection box handler is eventually add support for other things. So like right now, my selection box handler is assuming that it is going to be a ship, but I want to be able to do the selection box thing and have it not be a ship. So to do, add support for other things, then ship. Okay, and then we'll add it to my Galactic Parcel Service to-do list, which should be... Wait, what? Where's my to-do list? Ah, check it out. Boom! And so now, that's what my little plugin does in Visual Studio Code, is I can actually just... Any line of code, I can do a keyboard shortcut, and it lets me pick the board and pick the list. And then it takes me straight to my thing you can't see because it's vertical form and I can't move it over to the side. But it has the name of the thing and what line number it's at. It would be cool if I could take the description and get the description to show up. Because it says selection box handler at line 117. It would be nice if it showed me right here on these kind of cards. But it's okay. We'll just stick to whatever I'm working on right now, which is tasks and issues. Fix ships not being able to be selected. Completed. Awesome. Oh, and like I said, I wanted to see what happens. What does it look like if I select ships and don't close windows? Does it totally fucking break stuff? Because it would be nice to be able to select the location and then select the ship. It gets added to the thing. Like, I could do something when you select a unit. Instead of closing all windows, I just close the main window. We might do that instead. Let me see. Because then I would have an ability of being selected on something, select the ship. We're at hub station, and I select, and it closed it. Of course, it did. That is because close all UI windows. When we select a ship, interesting. Basically, close all UI windows. Yeah, I know I love being distracted, but this is technically forward progress, and that's all that really matters, right? So if we instead did UI manager dot close main window, right? We want the main window to close, okay? When we close the main window, I think it's automatically closing second window, which it is, as evident by close second window. Well, that's fine. We'll just close the main window. Oh, I have a nose. Dude, it's like every stream I have a nose hair. I can feel it every time I breathe. If peaked property is not equal to null. So let's try something. Let's do something like as long as ship equals null and peaked property is not null. We'll try it this way. So basically we're not going to get rid of those things. We are going to close the main window and the secondary windows, but we're going to leave the location UI, the enemy UI, the hub UI, all that shit open. just to see and experiment with, because it's such an easy thing to go back and forth on. And it has always bothered me that it's like, I'll be looking at a location, you know, and a ship. I'll click the ship, and then it takes me to the ship, and then closes the location. Or like, I'll zoom out and select the ship that I want to dock with that planet, and by doing that, it like gets rid of the UI, and I used to be able to just press dock on the UI. Now I have to go either scroll back and find it or go through the navigation menu, and it's like, dude, come on. So like, I should be able to click the ship, and it doesn't get rid of the thing. The problem with it is I need to, when selected units changed though, why did that not go? Hub station UI manager. Ships.all ships. Oh, I see. We're not even doing it. Okay. Gotcha. So that's a mistake. We need the location UI manager, wire events, update command cells. This is not what we need, but we will add it anyway. Why? No, we are not going to add it anyway. And the reason why we're not going to add it anyway is because I don't need on data added or on data removed. I just give a shit if my selected units changed at all. So game player dot selected units dot on data changed. Excuse me? The type name selected units does not exist. The fuck are you talking about? The type name selected units does not exist on game player. And then when I say go to here, it says, oh, okay, yeah, let me just take you to selected units in game player. Right. Well, we'll see. Plus equals. We need to basically up what we're trying to do is it's a dock button, right? Is the only thing that's there. We just need to do the dock button. So it's like private void update dock button, because we're not dealing with pickup buttons or any of that kind of shit. Update dock button. Then we want to do this here. Cool. We should have a dock button, right? Dock button. Womp. There's only one reference to this. Dock button interactable right on the start. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and steal that. Didn't mean to open up two windows. All right. So anytime the selected units changes on the game player, we're going to just update the state of the button to make sure that it is responsive to changes, obviously. And this leaves us the ability to leaving the UI open when we select ships, which is like a small quality of life improvement, I think small quality of life improvement. It'll still disconnect when you change. Because I feel like that's a good hybrid for like mobile and PC, because at least with, you know, PC you can, or Mac, whatever, you can press escape and then when you move it goes away. But at least now you'll be able to say hub fleet this guy, and then because now it's open, I can say, yeah, go dock. That is so much nicer. Dude, that is so much nicer. And if I did this, and I said delivery ship, I did not mean to do that at all. I said you. So there's no way to close. Oh, that's not good. I do not want that. That can't happen. Oh, yeah, that can't happen. Oh. Why is it removing selected units when I do that? Because you are saying set selected units to null. What? And when we say set selected units null, we're implying that we don't want anything selected. But really all we want is to close location or POI windows. Ah. Well, that fucking blows. Okay, how the fuck do we get around it? Let's see. UI manager. Public, show full screen window, sure, close full screen window, close location, POI thingamajigger. Okay, so close location or POI window. Let's rename this. Yeah, because that's the only thing that happens with this. The only thing here is a location window or a point of interest window. Enemy UI is somewhere else. So we'll have to tackle that when we get there, but rename symbol, close location or point of interest. And then go back to game player. So we only want to set null if we actually want things to happen. Right? If we call set selected unit at all, it's going to do something. So what we're going to try and do is things like background event handler. If on begin drag, instead of saying set selected unit null, because we actually don't want to do that anymore, right? We want to keep our ships. What we're really trying to do instead is UI manager dot close UI manager dot close location or point of interest window. That's what we're trying to do. When we drag, where else do we have null? Camera control. What are we doing with camera control? If our delta is larger than the threshold or our delta Y is larger than our threshold, we are setting the selected unit to nothing. What the fuck is that? What does that even mean? Dude, I don't even know what that means. Camera control. Anyway, my brother asked me a question about an old computer. Delete and report junk. I do have one. Oh my god, I don't need caps. I Whoa. Okay. He was asking me about my MacBook. I have a second one that I told him a long time ago I had, and he was wondering if he could have it. I was like, I still use it for work. I can't. I need it for testing things and some other stuff. But Walmart has them for like $600. He could just, kind of do that. Anyway, I have code here. I don't know what it does. I don't know where it gets called from. So we're just going to go ahead and put a breakpoint here to see if it ever does get called at any point. And then I'll go back to my trying to figure out how to remove the null thing. Selection box handler, sure. You're good. Big map event handler. See that? That is, I don't want that. Don't set selected unit to null. Don't do that. You don't need to be here. On a big map, when I drag the big map around, I don't need to be closing the UI elements behind me. It has nothing to do with this. Why am I doing that? You're fine. We can get rid of you and just do this. Yep, get out of here. And then we'll keep this open because I still need to test things. So, game player. Find more references. Substation UI, that's good. We need that one. We need that one. That one's fine. It's this one. Ship UI manager. Set selected unit null on escape. Yeah, because we want it. That is a perfect use case, right? If we're pressing escape, we're going to close all the UI windows, which is exactly what we want. And we need to also deselect all of the ships. So that is a perfect use case. That is why we want null. Banner we want, and selected units how we want. Okay, so it was only those two things. Yes. I know, I messed up. Like, I rewrote the camera thing. It was super spaghetti. I couldn't follow along. I couldn't realize what I was doing. I didn't get callbacks. But I think everything is good because I'm here. I can press escape. It goes away. I can re-click it. It's fine. I move the camera and it doesn't go away. Why does the camera not go? Excuse me? Excuse me? Why did that just happen? Camera control. Why did that happen? What did I do? Wait, what? Oh my God, what did I do? This is why I should have just left them commented. I remember for sure it was big map something. Big map event handler. Right? If I go like this and this, there is no way. We'll comment that out so I can at least remember it. Oh my God, what were the other ones? Now I got to go through Git changes and see. Background event handler? No, that can't be it, because that was 13 months ago I undid that code. So that's definitely not it. What in the world? on begin drag, we changed it from set selected unit to close point of interest. Okay. No, I went the other way. I need this one, and I want to paste it here. Excuse me. No! Where was that? Oh my god, I don't know where it was. Member. Cannot be accessed due to a something. So that needs to go away. I want the camera move anymore. You would think it would be in camera control. Like, I didn't touch anything. I didn't even comment it out. Sexy werewolf jam? Where did you find that jam? Why didn't you come up with these jams? Yeah, dude, I can't move the camera at all now. What the fuck? What in the world did I do? Holy shit. Big map event handler. So moving it is closing the window. So it is big map event handler. It has to be. No. I need to figure out why I broke the game doing what seemingly was absolutely nothing. Like, absolutely nothing. I removed... Okay. The problem is, this is why I don't like deleting code when I know it doesn't work, and I'd rather comment it out first. And if it passes its tests for a while, then I'll delete the commented out code instead of just going straight into it. You've convinced none to participate? Oh, man. If I can get done with some of these tasks, then maybe, you know. This code had nothing to do with it. I don't get how this could possibly be a fucking thing. Like, background event handler. On pointer click. Oh. It's right here. That's where I fucking did it. Oh my god. I want to open the file. How do I open the file? Can I open the file? Is there a way to open the file? No, there's... Okay. Background event handler. So... because I need to close these things, and basically I need to say that the camera targets need to be 0. So as soon as you drag on a background event handler, we need to set the camera targets to 0. So game player dot instance dot cam. What? The type name instance doesn't exist on game. Public static game. This is the second fucking time it's done this. Where it won't give me recommendations ahead of time. Like, what is this? Doesn't make any sense, dude. Look, go to instance. Game player. Game player. Game player. It won't give. That's. Dude, what the fuck? This all happened after I changed my thing, too. So, like, it won't give me recommendations for things that I can get. Even though cam follower is a thing. But it's going to be mad at me, see? What the fuck? Ever since I had to do a thing. Yeah, game player is the automated system in the game. It plays itself. It plays with itself inappropriately. And I'm trying to get it to stop doing that. What the fuck is happening? It won't. Cam follow. Camera follow. This is infuriating. Holy shit. Oh, is that the reason why? Son of a bitch. Okay. That's dumb. So I have to say cam follower dot instance. What now? It's called camera follow. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. Okay. Come on. Can I move? Ugh. Yeah. Death Lily and I talked before about doing a game jam and that we should participate in a game jam. I don't know if that would be the best one, but it sounds like it would be fun. Hey, it can move the camera again. Look at that. Yay! You can move the camera. And escape works, and moving the thing, and I can select the person, and I can move the camera and they don't get deselected, but then I can press escape and they get deselected. I can do that. I can move the camera. I can do that. And if I close, you get moved, and if I do that, you get moved to both of them, right? Should be right in the center. Yep, it is. Hell yeah. Okay, and then I select the location, and it's fine. Awesome. If I were to select a location and then select the two ships, pick up and dock worked. Ugh, it updated and my people are there and you can just go and you can tell them and you can do things. Press escape and everything closes. Woo! Awesome. Get rid of all of this shit. That's a wrap. Okay. And I'm pretty sure that I already tagged it as completed before, so we're going to go ahead and say this inbound ships thing is what I want to see now. I really want to see inbound ships. So, location. Oh, how do we do that? Let's actually go through and undo these ones until I'm actually going to do it. since I got distracted. I don't actually want them to be labeled as in progress if I am not in progressing them. It does not make sense. No in progress for you. 2 weeks. Okay. Awesome. Done. So, now that we have that, we are only going to move inbound ships to a list because it'll make so much more sense to just look at a list and be like, hey, planet, is anybody on the way to you? As opposed to, hey, every ship in the game. Let me are you going to that place? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I do that? I can at least localize it to each individual place. So location is going to have, I am going to make it observable because in case I ever want to show a ship being inbound or not inbound. So start with that. Field. I'm going to say serialize field. Serialize field. And we want a public. What do you got? If you're going to do that game jam, what do you have for ideas for doing like a game with that kind of a theme? That's probably the other reason why I wouldn't want to do it. Is like, not only am I busy working on this and I'm having a hard time pulling myself away from this, but I do have zero idea what I would do for a game like that. So, we want an observable list. And it is going to be of... I'm going to start moving away from storing data types and only storing the IDs of the things that I give a shit about. So, observable list, we want inbound ships. Inbound ships. Get private set equals new. Awesome. So, now every location in the game has inbound ships. Perfect. When do we say that a ship is becoming inbound? Well, anytime we set the command, we can see if the command is a location-based command. And if it is, then we can get the ID and add it to inbound ships. With the exception of a thief, where we ignore that. So, we already have ship open. There's a bug on my leg. Set command. Okay. All right. And accept commands. Perfect. If command is none. I want to do it ahead of everything. Yeah, I want to do it ahead of everything. So, it's going to be the first thing that we do. I need to move this to text. But anyway, if do we ever have a set command null? Do we have this anywhere in the game? Negative. Awesome. Okay. So, what we want to check for is game command handler dot is location based command. Okay. So if it is a location based command, we probably still want enemy ships to be a part of this list in case we ever want to do something where it's like, I don't know, how we're taking ships and we're telling them to dock somewhere to like start a fight or start a raid or something, and then I can have a list of all the ships that are inbound to that place. Like an event has started, I can look at the list instead of having to go through all enemies and do that way. But for now, ignore enemies, but may want to revisit that in the future. Packet dot command. Okay, so is it a location based command? Also, are we an enemy? If enemy ship dot types dot contains type. Awesome. Ah, we are a game command handler. I thought this was a static function. It is a static function. But technically, we are a game command handler, but I don't like the fact that it's like, you don't need to call that. Like, nah, it's cool, man. I'm going to call that. It feels weird. It makes it seem like it's a property on here, but whatever. We're just going to leave it like that. So, enemy ships doesn't contain us, and the thing we're doing is a location-based command. Add to inbound ships. Okay, add to inbound ship. Inbound ships dot add. What did I name it? Oh, we need to get the location first. Actually, so location. We need to get it from the chips table. So location dot locations table. We need to get the ID. So packet dot command data long. Okay. Dot inbound ships dot add. And we want to add our ID. Also, we probably don't need to check if we are adding ourselves, but let's just say if inbound ships dot contains ID, if inbound ships does not contain ID, then we add it. All right. Else if we want, again, ignore enemy ships for now, but may want to revisit it in the future. So we are not doing a location-based command. Oh man, so it is not a location-based command. When we do the packet and we're setting a new command, we still have access to what the previous command used to be before to this state. Pretty sure. So I should be able to say was my current command a location-based command? This current command will never be null. And I also don't give a shit about checking to see if I'm in the list, because a list will return. Anyway. Okay. Now, location. On awake. Wondering if that's going to fuck anything up. Let's see. inbound ships dot on data added. There we go. Yeah, we'll do that. Equals, and then the list of ships. What? Excuse me? Inbound ships dot on data added can only appear on the left-hand side of a plus equal. Oh, yeah. Because I made it so you can't override it directly. That's right. You have to add or remove yourself. That's fine. Inbound ships, on data added ships. We want to say log. What? Oh, because I was already here. Ship. Ships table. Ships 0 dot ID. Dot ID. No, that's not what I want. Why do I need to do ID? Where I have the ID right here. Dot nickname. Dot nickname. That's why. Dot nickname was added to inbound ships on nickname. Also, we're on a wake, so I don't actually want to do that. We won't know what the nickname is. Yeah, we will. What the fuck am I talking about? We're going to have a nickname when this isn't going to happen during a wake. We're just setting up the function that's going to be called. Duh. Exactly. So, we'll do the exact same thing again, but this time on data removed. Was removed from inbound ships on nickname. Okay. So this is every time our command changes. The only issue I can see with this is if I ever directly change current command. If I ever directly change current command, then it won't go. So, game command handler. We have current command somewhere, right? Yeah, see? On command changed with previous. 100 references. I'm just going to break so much stuff, but we're going to go ahead and do this and say public. I want observable property. That observable property is going to be of type game command. Okay. It is going to be called current command. Get private set. And then we want new game command dot none. Excuse me? Why are you mad at me? The name game command dot none doesn't exist? The fuck are you talking about? Oh, because I didn't do an equals. Like, what are you looking at it right here? It's been there the whole time. Tell me that it doesn't exist. All right. Awesome. And so now it actually, instead of having this like on command changed, which we're going to have on property changed instead of on command changed. And we're going to have on property changed from and on property changed to. So that's basically going to replace this on command changed with previous. Like this with previous is essentially, you know, on property changed from. The from is what was it before. So now we get to have fun doing all the errors because there's going to be tons of errors everywhere now that we've done that. And what I can do is I can basically have a thing that listens for when this changes. And that's when I'll add the upcoming and all that stuff on the ships. Like inbounds and all that stuff. Hopefully there's not going to be too many errors, but we can say game command dot property equal to game command none. Wow, surprisingly 99 references and ship only had one error. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Current command dot property. So this is the issue though. Is I will, because I'm here, I will need to check on start, like in the game loading, if I need to add to inbound ships and that kind of stuff. Because I don't call set command from here. I basically just load the command straight in with all of your info. I just set your current command info serialized right back in. So it's going to bypass, and then that way it won't have inbound ships. So that'll be one issue. Oh, I am surprised at like how much there's an issue here. That's why. Dot property. That means that selected unit cell, ship info button, and something else. Awesome. Also, it bothers me that impounded didn't work. So I want to remove this really quick. Replace it with this and say true. Impounded, else doc. Then here, I want to say selected ship dot is impounded while we're here. Right, and it doesn't really matter anywhere else. Oh, it does matter right here. If your game command is none, that's the reason why. So we'll do the same thing. Just go ahead and steal this whole thing and replace docked with it. That also means that that's why my ship list button didn't do what I wanted. Ship list button, yep, right there. We'll go ahead and replace that. And it's data. Data. Perfect. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Game command handler. Huh? That wasn't as shitty as I thought. Also, does this mean that nobody is using this? Oh, that is not what that means. Nobody was using that. On command changed. We are going to get rid of this though. Ship on command. Excuse me. Where was that? Real? I just lost it. Yep. On command changed. On command changed. Oh, because you're a game handler. That's why. Well, it's an observable property now, so I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of that. When do these things get called anyway? You have one reference. That's it. On command start and on command completed. So if I get rid of on command start, let me guess, you're the same thing, equals null, and I get rid of on command completed. Okay. I don't get it. Oh yeah, because I put on command completed inside of this thing. See, that's weird that I did that instead of just having it like, whatever, don't care. Go back to ship. You don't need any of these things. Because when we die and we destroy ourselves, we will just say, just like how we have boost remaining is clean, we'll do the same thing. Current command dot clean. Since it's an observable, we'll just make sure we clean it. And that's it. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Okay. And I'll leave it until I don't want it anymore. Sweet. So what would be the next thing that I have to do now that I have that? Because what was I even working on in the first place? That's the real question. I was working on the inbound ships being in a list. Okay. Game manager. Ships are being loaded after location. So there will be already a locations table set up. And because awake gets called on instantiation, then these functions should fire, or these methods should fire, these debug lines should fire when I add to the ship. So I will do it on awake, and I will say what? Also, world health bars not being set. This might be a different issue. Like, does Love put a thing over here in Trello somewhere? Where is it? Gen gameplay Gen gameplay notes. Oh, I moved it over here. Where is it? No health bars pop up. Right here. No health bars pop up. That's right. That's where it was. No health bars pop up. And I think the reason why is because I made it a pooled object and I'm not calling, reset. Like initialization isn't getting reset when it tries to grab a new one. Right? Oh, yes, it is. Because when a ship comes into the world, it tries to get this, which grabs a new one, which calls init. This is literally exactly where I'm putting it. Smart boy. All right. We want current command dot on property changed. This is actually one of those situations where we want the previous one. So on property changed from plus equals previous command. Now I don't care too much about is on command, can accept commands. Let's see. Where was set command? command. It's this, right? And instead of packet, we'll replace packet.command. Oh, it's previous command. It's not gonna give me my previous command information, motherfucker. I'm gonna know the command, but I'm not gonna know the ID if I do it this way. Oh god. Interesting. So I'll know what command it was, but I won't know where they were going. Well, that's an oversight on my part. That sucks. What am I gonna do with that? Oh man. Let's see. Fucking hell. Have the previous thing. It's going to give me I can't subscribe to it directly. I can't just listen, I can't just have an observable for for the actual current command info, because there are times where I set the command directly, like when you cancel something. Hold on. Let me see what I'm working with here. There are plenty of times where I do this. Current command equals none. When we clean up... Okay, hold on. Let's see something here. Let me see something here. Follow this along really quickly. So, not awake. Set command. Okay. So, we haven't set anything yet. We are basically pre-filtering what we can do ahead of time before we call base.set command. So we still have the old one. We still have all that stuff. Well, this is not the old one. This is our new one, but still. Base.set command. All right. When we call set command, what is the order of operations here? Current command info packet. I did this, and I even had to write a comment to myself. This order has to be set. Command info first, then current command. This is because current command may be observed, and then the info will be lost. But, Packet equals null. Current command equals none. In a child-parent relationship, if my parent was listening for the same variable I was listening for, and then it changed, is it order dependent? I'm pretty sure that subscriptions to delegates are order dependent. But let's verify that. Ow! But either way, I'm calling on awake, on ship. I'm not calling base.awake. So even if I were to do some sort of on property changed on the game command handler, I'm not doing awake. There's no awake. have the previous command stack, I could do previous command info, which is not the same thing, and it'll be super confusing. Yeah, man, that sucks butt. I never liked how I did this anyway. Like, I'm bothered that I didn't do command info as a wrapper for everything, and then your current command, like your current command, should have always just pointed to whatever the current command info was. It makes no sense that I separated them, and so like you could have a command with no command info. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because then I run into situations like this where I have to micromanage both states. Like, why am I micromanaging both states? You either have command info or you do not have command info, and you should always have command info. Even if your command is none, then the information inside of that should be 0. You know, no data long, no strings, no anything. It's just you have a... And even if I wanted to do something where it's like, I want to set the current command directly without going through the set command process, then just get the current command info and set it that way. Say current command info dot command equals this, and then just set it. Which most of the time I shouldn't even be doing anyway. But yeah, it's so weird that I did this. Like, also, and then I did this whole thing where it's like I have set command. Do I ever do null? It's like if I were to do null as a command, or setting the command, it seems like it would make more sense for me to say null, and then instead of actually, I might just do it, man. I might just bite the bullet and do something I've wanted to do for a long time. I mean, so far I haven't seen null. Not a single call to null on set command. All right. Oh, let's break stuff. Actually, we're gonna go ahead and leave this maybe one stack to rule them all, because that would be kind of fun to do. Let's do this. Observable property. Command info. Current command info. Instead of being null, we will always ensure that we have something. So get private set equals new. And what we want is new command info. When we call new command info, we have a... Right, so public game command is going to be equal to game command none. So we need to set up some defaults. Command data strings. Let's say it's equal to new thing, but with 0 length. Can we do that? Command data long. I can't remember why we can't have this saying -1 anymore. Equals 0. Command data vector. Oh, I can't do constants.fake vector either. I'm gonna break the whole fucking game doing this. I know it. Command data vector, new vector 4. 590. 590. 590. 590. Five arguments. Oh, I see it. Also, constant. Constant. I gotta rename this to say rename symbol fake vector 3. Then I want this to say fake vector 4. 4. Wait, why? Why do I give a shit about this? I might not need this, but let's create it anyway just because. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. One sec. Okay. I have returned. Ugh. Ugh. My package arrived. And I don't like my packages sitting in the front of my house. It is weird. Bought a build server. Holy shit, this thing is taped. Crazy. Okay, guys, so for today's unboxing, we're going to be unboxing a bunch of bubble wrap. Ooh, bubble wrap. Well, that answered that question. It actually did come with a, what's it called? Power cord. I was super concerned that it wasn't going to show with a power cord, because it didn't explicitly show it in the thing. All right, so let's look at this keyboard. Wow, my hand hurts. Holy shit. What's happening here? Damn. Dude, this keyboard is fucking sick. Dirty and gross, but this is a nice, like, heavy weighted keyboard. MX keys for Mac. Whoa. Damn, this keyboard looks fucking sick. Oh, that's so cool. Not a bad keyboard, really. It's called MX Keys by Logi. Logi? I don't know. Got cool shit. That's interesting. Really, really hefty fucking battery. Holy shit. It would have been the coolest thing in the world if it had a fingerprint scanner onto the, like, the Touch ID shit. That would have been something. And the world's best designed mouse ever in existence. The Mac fucking touch mouse bullshit. This thing's. I tried to use this thing once when I first got my job. I was like, you know what? I'll start using a mouse. It's time. This thing sucks. Like, this thing hurt my hand so much trying to use this little, like, Mac thing, but it just came with the build server that I bought. So, I'm like, oh, all right, well, maybe I'll use it for something. Who knows? Who knows? Ah, cool. Gave me a lightning cable, USB-C lightning. Nope. Oh, what's the other thing that I got here? Oh, chingle. You know, I've never actually seen a Mac Mini before. Crazy. So this is the new build server. So now, all the code that I wrote to be able to detect GitHub changes, I'll be able to automate uploading builds and setting them live to Steam, which was what the whole point of this was. HDMI cable, dope. Didn't think that they would do that, and they gave me a power cable. Fucking A. All right. That's going to be fun to mess with. I'm excited. Fun to mess with. Cool. It's actually in a lot better quality than I thought it was going to be. Hell yeah. This is an M2 Mac Mini with 512 SSD. Or 256. Either way, it doesn't really matter. I'm just using it for Unity and build automation. I want my own little, like, cloud build thing because I don't want to pay Unity. Awesome. Fucking A. Where am I going to put this? Yeah. I'll set you right here for now. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to smash the mic. What am I going to do with this mouse? Yeah, I can't use a mouse anyway because of my hand. So go ahead and leave that there. And go ahead and leave that here. Awesome. All right. Let's continue on. Let's continue on, since I have now completely broke the game. Since I have just taken up another, I'm going to rewrite stuff to make my life easier going forward. Oi. Also, I don't think it matters if I set a fake vector. There's just some things that I don't want, like, why are my command data strings ever null? Why would I just not have them as like an empty? It's just empty. It's never null, it's just empty. On complete, that can be empty. Also, I have no references to on complete. So we're just gonna, if I ever need it, I'll write a different thing. Yeah, I'll do a different thing. I don't need that anymore. That's silly. You can stay there, and you guys can all be whatever you're gonna be. Deal. Oh god, here we go. Everything is fucked up. Whew. Man. Carrying that package and using the mouse for 2 seconds really messed my shit up. So, I never want current command info to be null. Also, it's weird that I said that my command data vector was a command, like a vector 4, and then I go and set it as a 3. Like, why, what? Why would I do that? If I'm not going to use it, let's see if I ever use it as a 4. 3, 3, 3, 3. 3, 3. I never use it. I've never used it as a vector 4. I use a vector 4 for one thing. And I don't even use it for that thing. Yeah. I use weight. All right. So you are now going to be a vector 3, which means that I could probably go to my constants and get rid of this. And I'm just going to keep the name fake vector 3, so that way I know that it is a vector 3 when I call it. I like that name anyway. All right, back to what I was doing. Oh, that's weird that you didn't update. Fake vector 3. Current command info, you don't have one of these things. Yeah, we don't even have this anymore. We don't, not a single reference to it. But just in case I'm wrong. Oh, this is not what I want. I don't want to ever do this anymore. This is what I was trying to avoid. I always want you to have command info. I don't like the fact that I'm separating them. So, what we're going to do instead is the same thing I did for all of these things. Public. What was it? Game command. We want to current command. We are going to say get current command info will. I'm going to regret this. Why did I write that at -1? I feel like that was a bad thing. I feel like that was not what I was supposed to do, and I wanted to do locations as... Yeah, we're just going to do... Because default location... Let's look at that really quick. What did I do for a default location? Default location never gets set to the locations table anyway, so don't care. We'll just leave it as -1. No, I don't want that. There you go. You can just have that. Sure. Current command, we're going to do the same thing. Current command info dot property dot what? Command. Sweet. All right, command info. Oh, I didn't do the return part. Return. Sweet. We'll do that. Command data vector is going to be the exact same thing. See that right there? That's the thing that is annoying. Because We need to know like if they're going to a spot. Where is that spot that they're going to? Where do we use it? If command data vector does not equal to fake vector, is not equal to fake vector. When we compare, if I have, but that's fine. Just make it, what's it called? Oh, let's go here. Command data vector. Okay. We will say equals new vector 3. And I don't remember what it was. So I think it was 59000 59000 59000. Right? And we'll check that at constants. 59000. Yep. Okay. Awesome. So now it is a fake vector. Wait. Don't care about empty string. Boom. Not what I wanted. What I wanted. Okay, so we have shorthands for everything. You know, in doing this, this actually might help me too with my utility ships getting stuck. Because I might be able to figure out some stuff around that. Now that I'm actually going through and revamping how the command system works. I rewrite how all of the selecting of the units works, and then I go through and rewrite how all of the commands work. Today is a day. Day for breaking, hoping things work. So we're moving away from setting current command exactly. Right? We have a stack of command info called previous command stack, and when we do something with it, when we're going to set it to be null, we, instead of setting it to be null and just setting the current command whatever, current command info equals packet. This is confusing the shit out of me. Why is that letting me do it? What? I have never been able to do this ever. I have never been able to do this. I have always wanted to be able to do this. Wait, does that mean I can do some current command info dot command equals game? No. Okay, so that doesn't let me do what I want. So I can assign it as its data type. I can't use it as its data type, like to be able to get methods and stuff that's on it, but I can assign it. Because for everything in the game, if I have to do something like current command info, I have to do this. Oh, we are so coming back to this and experimenting with that and figuring out why now that I know it 100%. I don't know 100%, but if it works, I want to figure out why it works on observable property but doesn't work on any child that inherits from observable property. Public static implicit operator. So it would work. It would work if I didn't wrap it as an observable Boolean. If I did observable property bool, then I would be able to assign it directly. If I assign it directly, does it still call the observable part, the property part? Because that's what this would be. Dude, I gotta test that shit out later. I'm excited to test that out when I'm done wrapping all of this stuff up. Because if that works, that would be so cool. I'm not gonna go through and like redo all of my stuff, but just so I know in the future, because that's what I tried to write when I did all of that. That was how I wanted to do it. I wanted to be like, if I had an observable bool called is discovered, I wanted to be able to say is discovered equals to true, and it just worked. And it bothered me that I would have to say is discovered dot property equals true. Like, just I know it doesn't really make a difference. I just have these dot properties everywhere, but still, it would be kind of cool if I could do it that way. Anyway, so when we set command, if packet is null, we're cleaning up. But packet will never be null. So I really don't give a shit about this. We're just going to go ahead and ignore that. And hopefully it doesn't bite me in the ass. We are going to set this to be what it is. We are passing current command. Or no, sorry. Oh, yeah. We're passing the command through this. Yeah, right. So this doesn't work. Damn. Okay. Only assignment. That's fine. And if I didn't want to call property, I'm pretty sure I could do this, where I say, I could do it explicitly, like, right? I would have to do something like this. Yeah, so I can explicitly cast my thing to it, but I'd rather just say dot property. I think it's cleaner in that regard. Okay. So my game command handler at this moment, we are setting this. We are not setting those things. Fucking okay, man. Oh, here we go. Game manager. We are not calling set command. We are going to say that AV current command info, which is up here, right? Current command info. We want it to be the property or indexer cannot be used in this way. Yeah, see? Oh. Because of the private set? Man, that opens up a lot of can of worms now. If I can set it that way, I think being able to set it that way is returning a new instance of itself with that data type, which means I would lose the associations to all the listeners. So I wouldn't even want it to do that in the first place, because there's no way to just like have it work. I think what it's doing is seeing that, acting as itself, and returning a new instance of itself. It's creating a new observable property of type with that as its constructor. Yeah, but then wouldn't I be able to then take the listeners, like create the new one, use that as a constructor, and then add the listeners to it so the listeners just get pushed forward? Clean the old one? I can't clean the old one because otherwise I would just return the old one with the new value. See, now my brain's stuck on this fucking problem. Because that's what I think it's doing. That's what all of this was supposed to be, was all my attempts at trying to get this shit to work. See, yeah, right here it says returns new observable property of value when you do it this way, this public static implicit operator. So this over here is working fine. Implicit conversion to bool for easy null checking. Oh, that's because of the way that Unity does stuff. I probably don't need this one, but anyway. So it's returning a new observable property, but if I had the old one, then I would just be able to add the property to it. I don't have the old one due to the fact that it's static. It's not going to have a reference. That's so even if I can do this. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, where the fuck did you go? Game command header. This thing right here. Even if I can do this, I wouldn't do this. It wouldn't even work the way that I wanted it to. So, all right, we'll just go ahead and keep it the way that it is. I mean, I'm used to it now by this point, so I might as well just like yeah, because see, I would have to set everything twice. I would have to be like, hey, set the command and set the information with that goes with the command. Like, why? Why? Man, just set the command. Ship.current command info. I should now be able to say ship current command info command data long. Why can't I just say, oh no, I'll just say dot property. That's right. We'll just say dot property. Okay. Ship 9+ errors. So current command. Oh God. I forgot that's what we were working on in the first place. So we'll go ahead and skip that for now. Set command. If current command equals move, we want. Here's what you should be able to do this. Hold on. Also, I kind of want to rename these things because it makes more sense if I were to name them current. So that way you knew current command data strings. Rename current command data vector. This is the big one. 88 references. Current command data long and current command. Perfect. Oh, and current command info, which is just a wrapper, which is just like the underlying data for all of this, and these are just short. Sweet. Let's go back. All right, what's next? So we want to previous command stack. We want to build a new command info out of this previous command stack. So the reason why we have to do this in the first place is because these were separate. But if they're not separate anymore, I should be able to just current command info. And I don't have to do the dot property because of the implicit operator. This thing expects what's it called, and since it's not like a static thing, I can do it this way. I can actually grab the act as the property instead in this case. So I can say previous command stack dot push current command info and be done with it, which I think is way cleaner. So here's where shit gets interesting. Because there are two routes that I can go with this. I don't know why I'm not calling set command. Why I was updating this directly, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why I'm setting this thing directly instead of going through the set command. But since I'm going through set command, or since I'm not going through set command, I'm going to just follow the same paradigm that I was doing before. And we will say current command info dot property trying to think ahead because I was trying to listen for the game command changing, and then I decided to move it to the actual info itself. But again, I don't know why I'm sidestepping going through the process of set command. I'm not sure what the issue here is. So let's just stick to this and say we'll just make a new one. Because if I'm setting my property to none, why? What is the point of setting it to none and keeping all of the info? And actually, it's funny. It's like, I could just say new command info like this. Because the default for new command info is none, 0 length, -1, and what's it called? So let's see if that breaks anything. And then we'll set command is just fine. Set command works exactly the same way. That works exactly the same way. We no longer need to check if these are null. We're going to go ahead and just get rid of these because they'll never be null anymore. And we also don't need to do the current command info part. We can just say if command data strings, oh, we named it current. That's right. Current command data strings dot length. And then we'll do this right here. We'll say current command data strings 0. This actually simplifies it quite a bit. This is called fake vector 3. So anywhere we see this, I think it's if I do that right there, right? I want to UC constants.fakevector. I want it to say constants.fakevector 3. I want to change all occurrences. Can you stop, please? Thanks, dog. Go lay down. You've only got 2.5 more hours until I run around the backyard for fucking ever. Go lay down. Hey, puppy. I love you. You're cute. You're adorable. I need you to go lay down. Go lay down. Go. Go lay down. Oh, let me move this box. Yeah. Couple more hours. 2.5 more hours. Okay, pup. All right. Oh. Whoa. Oh yeah, completed command is... See, that's why I didn't need like an on command completed thing, because it's like if I want to listen to it for whatever reason, I can just... Yeah, but whatever. Set command, previous command, stack pop. We have more errors? We do. We have an error here, and that is because we have command data vector. Okay. If current command info is equal to null. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and do that now. Current command data strings is equal to null, which we're going to go ahead and do that now. If it is equal to length 0 and do that, perfect. Okay, let's see. We don't need that one. We don't need that one. We can do that. All right, current command info. What we'll do here is we will say dot clean. Bam. And current command clean. Nope, no thank you. That takes care of everything here. And that's it. No more red on ship. Well, here we go. We're about to get a plethora of red. Here comes. All the other files in the game. One file in the game? There's no way. But clear. There we go. There was like, there's no way. All right, ship recovery collider. Current command info will never be null. Command will go to current. We'll do the exact same thing here. And that takes care of the ship recovery collider. Okay. Ship list button. If data dot current command, we don't need the dot property anymore. Okay. Yeah, it's funny that I went through and did this, but oh. Data on command changed. So this is where it's going to be difficult, because what we actually want is data dot current command info dot on property changed. Right. So this right here, this is where things get confusing, because it's like, if I take the current command info and I just update the command and leave everything else blank, then the thing doesn't fire. So if the goal was to sidestep calling the method set game command or set command, I need to make sure that I set it to a new thing, like whatever it is, because I need the observable to actually fire. All right, close this. On to the next. And I use Unity to tell me what the things that are messed up are. Since Visual Studio Code doesn't tell me, I don't think it does. Does it tell me problems? Motherfucker. This whole time? This would be so much quicker. Is it just this file? Oh, it is. It's only going to show me problems on this file. Man. It says 16 problems, but that's because C distance. Yeah, current distance, new distance. Come on. How do you not know that? PS code? All right. So time update. Current command info. Oh my God. I am okay with that actually, because if we say current command info dot command data vector, why are you mad? Oh, because of the dot property. Dot property. In situations like this, I don't care about getting an update on these ones. Right? It's mostly for like, if I care, I need to be mindful. But in this situation, this is just trying to update the, because I'm storing the time it takes to build your ships in the command data vector. So that way, when I save it to the database, it has its command info. When I move its command info over, it knows what it was doing, what ship it was building, how much time is left, etc. All based on the command info. So I don't actually need it to be, what's it called? Current command info dot property. Okay, substation is done. What's that? Current command info. You, who is this? Minor ship dot property. Same with you. This isn't actually changing anything with your command. This is just updating some sort of a store value, like time. That'll be good. Ship does not contain on data command. Oh, ship UI, that's why. Okay. Ship UI. So we will say ship dot current command info dot on property changed. Not bad. Surprisingly. Wire events, selected ship cell. Same thing. We can just say it's on selected ship dot current command info dot on property changed. And I misspelled command. Oh, man. And we don't need this dot property part. We need that one. Just not those ones. Yep. Forward progress, chipping along. All of this is still just because I want an ability to scan ships. Like, make it easier for ships to come into our navigation scan. There's no more red. That's nuts. There's no way. Let's see what happens. So I'm actually not setting command equals none as often as I thought. I thought I was doing that way more often. Let's see if it loads and he's still moving. Hey, look at that. He's still moving. He has all of his information. Wow. Also, I'm getting key not found when things are destroyed. And that is because the order in which things are happening. So, that one was on like selected unit cell. Selected unit cell. We are saying on disable, remove events. That was not the case. It said key not found. It's okay. I don't care. I have no idea how robust this is going to be and if it's actually going to work or not. So we're just going to have to play test. I'm going to play test the shit out of it after this. Hey, get over here. Come here, little shuttle ship guy. Go dock at the hub station. That's so cool. Knowing that it's like no longer doing that current command thing. It's so much simpler now. It's so much nicer. Like it feels nicer not having knowing that I'm doing this like, well, update the current command different from the what's it called? Oh, hey, look. This is back. Current command. Hey, excuse me. Given key was not in the dictionary. I understand that. Ah. So, what called it? Game player remove selection box. What's it called? Yeah, how far down? Ah, selection box handler on destroy. Do I need that? Do I need a selection box handler on destroy? Oh yeah, I guess because of this. Selection box selectable object destroyed. Yeah, but don't call selected false. I think that's the issue. Don't call selected false. Just remove that thing. Okay. Sweet. Oh, you're sleepy? Take a nap. Get yourself a hammock. tie it between some trees. So comfy. I got my build server. Ow, fuck, that hurt my hand so bad. Oh man, that hurt. I got my build server. I'm so excited. As soon as I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna fire that up and start working on build automation stuff. It's gonna be so cool. I cannot wait to be able to push to master and dev and stuff and then just get a notification on my phone like, build's ready. I gotta learn how to automate iOS builds. Because I would love to be able to build straight for iOS, have it go through the pipeline, update it to, what's it called? Update it to App Store Connect, and then give me a link to like go straight into test flight. Or I don't think I can go straight into test flight, but it's got to be possible because I used to use Unity Cloud Build a long time ago, and they had an ability of triggering, because you could do version control inside of Unity, and anytime you pushed a master in Unity, it would do the whole build pipeline and then send you a notification, and you would be able to download the game, which I don't have any idea how they do that, and that's what I'm trying to recreate. I ain't paying $2,500 a year for Pro when I make $0 off this game. So, makes no sense. Anyway, what we were trying to do before I got distracted doing all of this crap was, what does my thing even say? Inbound ships. All I was trying to do this whole time was inbound ships. I spend almost an hour rewriting how game command logic is handled and stored. You okay? What the? What happened? What happened? Dude, my dog like got up all super crazy and now is like scared of the corner. Like, what the? You're tripping out. Why are you tripping balls? Whatever. If I nap, I get all warm and comfy. Isn't that the point of napping, is to be all warm and comfy and like rest and be all like soothed? You know? I think that's the point. Oh, you wrote uncomfy. Oh, I thought you said run warm and comfy. Yeah, I don't like napping and getting all hot and gross. Like, I sleep in as little articles of clothing as possible. I do not like heat at all. Heat sucks. Heat, no fun. One of my favorite places, yeah, only socks. Even then, I think most of the time I go to sleep with just socks on, but like halfway through the night, I end up doing this whole like, flicking my socks off because it's annoying. Then my feet get all cold, and I gotta like wrap them up in the blanket, tuck them. But yeah, I definitely fuck clothes, man. I don't like clothes. Ship. Okay. So it was all of this crap. So we can say current command info. I rewrote all of that just so I could have current command info dot on property changed from, which means I can say current command info and it'll give me the current command info, but previous command will say previous info. So this thing right here will say prev info. Ugh. Yes. Now I remember why I was rewriting this. Ah, that's so good. Solution to a problem. And I've wanted to do it for a long time. God, it's bothered me for years that I wrote it that way. And it made no sense. If enemy ship contains type, blah, blah, blah. And then instead of packet.command, what we're trying to do here is we want to know if my current command is a location-based command. If my current command is a location-based command, which means we need to, instead of saying packet.command, we are instead going to say current command info dot property dot command. And actually, you don't even have to do that. Right? Let me see something. If I set an observable property, I am changing that property prior to these things being fired. So does that mean that in the middle of the delegate call, I have access to these shorthands because current command dot property, this dot property has updated now because this dot property is this, which I have updated. Yes, that will be the case. Yes. So I don't need to do this. I can instead say current command. And I can do it here too. Current command data long. Fucking A. And here, this is where I have to say previous info. So prev info. If my previous, and this is going to say current command, so we can't say previous command. We have to say prev info. Why can we set current command? Oh, because yeah. In this case, we have to say prev info dot command. We need to know if my previous info was a location-based command, because if it was, we are no longer going there because our current command info has changed. We're no longer in inbound ship anywhere. We should set this. Holy moly, do I have to pee again? 10 cups of coffee and 25% of an iced tea. Jeez. Well, all right. Give me like 1 minute or less. It doesn't take that long to pee. Bye. can believe that, dude. Jeez. Nuts. Whatever. There'll be more trade opportunities apparently soon. Realized profit loss this month 2100, year to date 26. Yeah, not bad. Because those last two trades got me two. One was 140 and one was 40 something. I would have traded this today, but I was scared of the margin call. And yeah, it's just going to keep rising. That's crazy. Selling for 1900. So $26 more. I don't really care about that. Just butthurt that I sold both of them. I was trying to sell the one of them, and the order didn't go through. And then the whole time I'm trying to do it, my dog is jumping on me. So I'm like trying to do the order while my dog's jumping on me. And then I look down and I end up selling both of them. Whatever. It's okay. It's okay. Not the end of the world. It doesn't matter. It's just money. Just money. Sweet. Well, let's continue on. Let's continue on. Current command info on property changed. Previous info. So now we're into this situation. So we were doing this because we know that ship handling works. Like I can select ships, all that stuff seems to be. Oh my goodness. All that stuff seems to be good. Man, I can't stop thinking about it. If you could come back down at 1870. Ooh. I'm down for that. Come back down to 1870. It trades for another 15 more minutes anyway. S&P is down to 650.20. There it is. There's my 1870. I'll do 18. Basically anything under 1873 is fine with me. So if I replace and do one at 1873, nah, we'll go back and do my 1870. We'll just do 1870. Oh, it didn't let me replace the order because it's exactly the same. That's funny. Yeah, come on. Give me 1870. Come on. Tell me 1870. There it is. All right. So, we're okay. I still have my second position, or I still have my original long-term position, and technically I made $2 off the trade, or $3 off the trade, because it was 1874, so $3 and some change, and I got it for 1870 and some change, so it ends up being like $2.90. Not even enough to buy a McChicken, I don't think. A McChicken! Okay. Cool. I'm happy for that. I am happy for that. Because that means I was able to get rid of the other position. Right? And now I have cash on hand. And when I go and I look at margin totals, it's back to a normal amount. It's not on my accident amount because I accidentally bought two. Lifetime interest paid. Margin. Margin maintenance. Margin used. 1542. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Yep, I'm okay with that. Sweet. Oh. Alright. Press play. No more stock tradey stuff. No more stock trades. I wonder if you can use a magic mouse on Windows. Oh, hey, look at that. Shuttle Ship 1 was added to inbound ships on Conflechy 1 station. But then it was never removed. Why was it never removed? So, when it docked, so we need dock with. Dock with. Where am I? Not in VS Code. Dock with. We need to dock with. Yeah, baby. Current command info. Dot property equals new command. What's it called? What? Oh my goodness. So current command info dot property changed from, and then we have previous info. Like this is going to say it, right? Rev. So on property changed, it's called, that's fine. On property changed from. So this means that the value has been set and previous was there. So this might answer my question where it's like the property part didn't get set, maybe. So let's do this and say, and we'll look at the previous command in. Why you know, there we go. Oh, because I did it on the comment. All right. So let's look at the things. It should say delivery ship 1. Your property was changed. Oh yeah, we'll just look at it this way. Command is none, -1, string, and we have a fake vector. Deal. Your current command is move. That's fine. Because you had none when you started the game. Right? Yeah, because we're doing this on awake. That's why maybe the ship might not want to do this on awake. No, we do want to do this on awake because in the game manager class, which actually loads everything, we want, what is this? Load package. Oh, right there. We want this value. When we set this value like this, negative. Who had moved? Wait, what ship is it? You're saying the previous command info was none. Current command is now move. Delivery ship 1. Excuse me? Your command is dock. Oh, also, I just realized that's an issue. If you are docking to a planet, which is going to be a location-based command, and you go dock at a new planet, which is also going to be a location-based command, this is if else. We can't have that. We need to update the new, out with the old. And actually, on that note, we might swap these around. Out with the old, in with the new. Yeah, out with the old, in with the new. So they shouldn't just be if else. They need to actually be next. That's fine. That's okay. It's okay. No cash. Margin used 1542. All right. Ship save data. Where you be? Ship attachment save data? Saved game data? No, what do I need? Ship stats? Ship? Sure. We'll just do ship. I'm in ship. Hella smart, bro. Ship save data. It's not an ship data. Oh, can I rename the fucking file? I hate it when I do stuff like that. Like I named it the class ship save data, and then named the file ship data. Come on, that makes no sense. I named it ship data. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Rename. Where? Rename. Ship save data. Ship save data. Bam. Awesome. Now that thing goes away. That's fine. Ugh. Don't care. Now we can say ship save data. Look at that. So command info, previous commands, command info, current command, whatever. Deal. That was all I wanted to verify. And so because we're setting dot property like this, it is going to get flagged. It does get called to what we're doing. But what I'm confused about is why my ship has move as a thing when it first starts. Whoop. Oh, we'll see. Because it shouldn't be. They both shouldn't just sit there and have it. That doesn't make any sense. Like one guy's just sitting at none. Also, I gotta look at this again. Game manager. We are doing this for everybody, right? Even if they have none, you could go from none to none. None to none. None, 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 none. Okay. Previous command info was none. Current command info is none. Hey, look at that. Awesome. Current command info is now move. Wait, previous info was none. Previous info was none. Why is my delivery ship move? And then you have none, and your current command is going to be dock. Okay. You. Why do you say you're moving? Move. Nice. I love the fact that I can actually see it now. That's great. That's your previous. And your current is move. But I can actually like... It just tells me current command because I don't give a shit about the command info in this case. Which location-based command is not going to be a thing. So, blip. Never getting there. Okay, so we have issues. They are never arriving at their destination. Ship controller, why are you not arriving at your destination? Arrived at position. Distance from destination. So one thing I want to do for sure is delete the database because I don't want to deal with 2 ships. I don't want to have to sit there and get twice as many breakpoint stops. Doesn't make any sense. Good news, everyone. Blah, 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 blah. Ship shop, higher. Okay. Your command for sure, your previous command was none, because that's how that works, and your current command is going to be return, which is perfect, which is a location-based command, which means that this should go. Which it does. Awesome. And you are not in there, which means it should pop up with key not found. Fuck yeah, dude, that's hella cool. Key not found exception. What? That is because the order of... Oh, fuck. Oh, that's... You are setting... Yeah, I am setting the command of the ship prior to saving the ship to the database and creating it. And that can't be a thing anymore. I was originally doing it the way that I need to do it, which is like create the ship and immediately create the ship and save it to the database. But I was like, oh, I'm doing that and then setting its command. Like I'll just set its command first and then save it so it has its command, you know, right out the gates in the database. But all in all, it really doesn't make up like any fucking difference. It doesn't make any difference at all. What is all this? Oh, this was because I was doing I was testing all like 200 ships at a time and I needed them to spawn and go. Okay, so anyway, distracted. We want this right here. Ship.save database. String doesn't have a contains, right? I don't think so. Ship, attachment, do your attachment stuff. Set your stuff, set your boost ranges and all that crap. We are not going to set command. We are going to then save yourself right now. Which I don't really think it matters. I think that I could just save my ship and go. But I should probably have the attachment. Nope. Any data that I set onto the ship will get saved when something happens, like the game stops or main menu requested, or I, need to save the ship for some reason. That's another thing I need to reintroduce for sure, is right now there's only a select few things that are actually getting updated in real time. Like when packages move throughout the world, I'm updating them in the database, but ships don't. So I'm relying solely on the game, like when it quits and quitting gracefully. And that's not a good thing. Oh yeah, can't delete the database while it is going. 115? It is. Let's see what it ended at. Holy shit balls. Definitely should have waited, but how would I have known that? You would not have. But goddamn. And this is very reminiscent. This skyrocketing thing right here is very reminiscent of the last time I did the trade. Stop looking at fucking trades, man. This isn't Crooked Lily trade stream. Jeez. Yeah, see? Woof bounced. Woof don't give no fuck about no trades. I need to do the extensions, delete the DB. Okay. Chip shop. We're gonna hire this guy. Close that thing. Fuck off. Why? When we save a ship to the database, we're not... When we remove something from the database... Hold on. Delete ship from DB. Ship.ships table. Remove the ship. Yes. But when we add a ship to the database... ship.shiptable.add. Ship.id. Ship. That is exactly what we should be doing. If we add something to the database, add it to a table if we have that table counterpart. Right? So let's start making assumptions on that. So here's location. We're doing the same thing here. If we delete a location from a database, also, we're not doing delete multiple ships from a database. We're doing just one. Why in the world do I have delete locations from a database? Like all of these delete locations from a database. Interesting. Either way, but we are doing it right here. So we are actually removing from the thing. Yeah, see, we're doing it right here too. If you save location to database, we're adding it to the table. So we need to do the same thing here. I forgot to do the if it doesn't get added, or if it's not a thing. So we want to do if ship.ships table dot contains key, which is going to be where is it? Ship.id. Right? Perfect. So if the ship table does not contain us already, then add us when we save the ship. And then we're going to do the same thing with location. We don't need that. We'll do that. Okay. And then I'm pretty sure that we do package managers the same way. Current IDs, package table remove. This is update right here. Package table dot add. If package table dot contains key, packages I dot ID, and we add it. Awesome. Okay. What else do we have? We have ship that's doing it by itself. We have packages that's doing it by itself. Clients. So we need to do the same thing for clients. Client manager. Delete client in database. Okay. Clients table dot remove. Fine. We can call remove safely, can't we? Yeah. And on add, yep, same thing. if client's table dot contains key clients I dot ID. All right. Which I don't think I have to do this. I probably don't have to do this. But it's a dictionary, so it would yell at you anyway. I don't give a shit, I'm leaving it. Okay, what else could I possibly need? It's only if I have a table of certain things. So we'll just go ahead and leave those things. We were working with the fact that ship controller wasn't doing its job. Oh, that's right. That's what we were testing. We were trying to spawn a ship, but we can't spawn a ship because it keeps blowing up. A little microcontroller. This thing has a Twitch polling code on it to detect if my wife is live or not, and then was turning on a light. But I'm changing it to now detect if either one of us, like a web request, and then I have this cool little like on air thing that lights up. I was gonna put it outside the door and then just have it be a webhook. Like a little server for a webhook that just lets us know. It'd be so cool. And so I started working on it today a little bit before the stream started, but then the stream started and I didn't get a chance to. I didn't do a lot of progress, but it was still fun to. It was still fun to try. Okay. Anyway, we've added the ship's table thing back on there, so we should be able to delete the database. And what the fuck is that? Where did you come from? Compiler warning. Oh, why are you mad at me? Unity web request. Excuse me, I was reading that. Unity web request is obsolete. Please use. No, don't care. Not my problem. Not my problem. All right. Oh, I should have read it. It's the new text. Ah, the scammed thing is so good. Fuck. I forgot it was new text. I should have read the whole thing. Come on, hire a ship and don't blow up. Oh my god. Invalid operation. Sequence contains no element. What? Sequence contains no element. What the hell does that mean? Timer complete. Huh? Excuse me? I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what it means. I don't know what it means in the context of this. Makes no sense. Good news, everyone. Galactic Parcel Service has been taken over by somebody and we're not responsible for its failure anymore. Woohoo! Since that somebody happens to be you, let me quickly explain the basics of what you've gotten into. Locations throughout the galaxy have clients that are eager to ship their packages. This is where Galactic Parcel Service comes in to take their monies. This is the hub station. It's responsible for the building and maintaining of my patent pending semi-autonomous cargo, attack, mining, exploration, and defense fleet. Scammed for short. Oh, I need to put the dots in. Scammed for short. So good. You need materials to build ships and other things, though. You can't pilfer them from packages like I did, throw away monies buying them from planets, or what? You need materials to build ships and other things, though. You can pilfer them from packages like I did, throw away monies buying them from planets, or you can waste time mining these asteroids you find all over the galaxy. Now off you go. You have some deliveries to attend to. Oh my, I almost forgot to tell you about space pirates. Well, good luck. Nice. Oh, I gotta fix this text too. It's all big. Gotta undo that text. Yeah, anyway, I had an invalid operation. Chippy shoppy. So the timer was completed, right? That's why this thing happened. So build ship queue. It says it has 1. Count 1. But then timer completed again. Timer completed again? Interesting. Timer completed again. Why was there 2 of them? On complete should have set it. Time remaining is 0, so it called on complete. Okay. And then it went straight back into if timer is not started, which it wasn't due to the fact that on complete literally says timer started equals false. Then it should just return. But instead it's going through and calling it a second time. Hold on. Hub station. Timer complete. Timer dot start timer. Start timer. Execute command. Huh? Timer complete. Does this, spawns a ship, goes out and does its stuff. We said timer started equals false, and then we completed our command. We call completed command, which just calls cleanup. We weren't listening for completed command because I verified that there were no references to that. These are all just helpers. These are helpers. Don't care about those. Discovered. Don't care. Organized packages. Don't care. We can get rid of those comments probably. Okay. Fine. We're not setting our command back to nothing. So it still has a spawn command, and it's like, hey, we have a spawn command, but there's not a timer started, so we're supposed to be doing something. And so that's why it's starting the timer again, but all of the command info is it's empty now. But that's what completed command was supposed to do. Completed command is supposed to say, hey, you cleaned up, got it. Cleanup isn't working. So this right here, okay, so now I understand what's happening. Current command info will never be null, and we're no longer doing that, what's it called? So this is cancel command, completed command. Yeah, we're just same thing. So we are going to say that current command info dot property is equal to new command info. That's it. So as soon as you complete a command, you're getting a brand new instance of command info, which will give you none, -1, blah, 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 and all that other shit. And actually, we don't need this anymore either, because the order doesn't matter. What is that one? Can accept. Oh yeah, we don't care about nulls anymore either, so we don't give a shit about that. Well, fucking A. Might actually work. Now I can get back to making the... Oh, you know what? I bet you that's why my ship wasn't stopping its movement either. Because it was arriving at target, which was completing its command, but I wasn't handling the command completed anymore, so therefore it just doesn't do anything. Extensions, delete database, start over. Ooh! Sweet. Blah, 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 blah. Ship shop, hire. Hey, your ship was hired. Look at that. We can cancel. Oh, and it does move. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Okay. You know, I bet you that's the reason why their inbound ships and stuff like that weren't working either. Delivery ship is inbound. Oh, fuck yes, dude. Delivery ship is removed from inbound ships because it's already there. Delivery ship is inbound. Delivery ship was removed from station and inbound to here. Oh, fuck. Yes. Oh, that is fucking dope. Okay. What that enables me to do now is when I do resume pickups. Oh, I need to be in this thing. Resume pickups. Okay. So, sorted locations. This is what we're doing with all the sorted locations. Awesome. All right. Inbound ships. Perfect. This is what we want to do now. Inbound ships. So, we know the location now that we are trying to go to, which is sorted locations I. So, what we want now is sorted locations I. We'll do this in a couple steps to figure out inbound ships. Inbound, so we'll just say var inbound. Equals sorted locations I dot inbound ships. And it's actually, the var is going to be observable, and we don't want that. We need dot property. Inbound ships dot property. Observable list long does not contain a definition for property. What the fuck are you talking about? Observable list. Oh my god. Of course it doesn't contain a thing called property. Of course it does. Because I named it dataset. Although it should just be called property. So ridiculous. Did I do that with my observable dictionary too? Like, observable list. Right? Oh, my observable list isn't just an observable property of type list T. Got it. Like, I would have thought for sure that observable list would do the same thing as, like, because I have an observable, like, bool and shit like that, right? See, observable property bool. And it's basically just... Also, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. So, we're changing that. Also, I don't like this. We're changing that too. All right, location. Oh, see? Right there. because I had that ability, that means that anybody that was subscribing to the location type was going to fail. And that's why I'm getting rid of it, because I would rather you, if you want the observable to actually call its thing, I don't want it to be implicitly set, because I wouldn't have been able to catch this bug, probably. No. This is what I want. Interesting that I didn't actually know that it was going to do that. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Damn. Wait, what? What are you mad at? The type conditional expression cannot be determined because there is no implicit conversion between hub station and the targeted type. Wait, what? Hub station instance. Yeah, is a hub station. Targeted type. What the fuck are you talking about? Because of home location? But there is a... Cannot implicitly... Let me see what this one says. Oh, yeah, see? That's fucked up, too. Home location equals this. I can't do that either. I have to have it set this way. This is one I don't understand. I mean, like, sure, I could do that, but I don't entirely understand why. Act as yourself. This is you. Act as yourself. Like, return. Like, I understand this one because you want it to be acting like this. We don't want it to act like this. We want it to act like ourselves and be that. Whatever. Okay. All right. Where are we? Dang, I had it here too. So I wouldn't have gotten the event on those things either. Because like I said, if I return a new version of myself, I'm going to lose all of the subscriptions. And so my UIs and stuff wouldn't have gone through, and then that also would all the things that set up for those listeners wouldn't have been there either. Fancy, fancy. Fancy, fancy. Whoa, too far. Why is the discoverer is null? That's what I wrote? Are we not turning off? Oh, we aren't. We are not turning off discovery colliders anymore because we are using those discovery colliders for smuggling detection, contraband detection. So, peace. Okay. Next. Oh. You see what I was actually working on really quick. Tasks, issues, move inbound ships to a list. Okay. So we did verify that that was working. We can take a ship and say, come over here and then go dock. Delivery ship was added to inbound list and then it was done. That seems to be working fine. And if we cancel, removed from inbound, it's no longer inbound. Okay. We need to go to that now, because now we need to actually add it to inbound list. So we will say if I just realized that it's not just printing. It is actually added to the list. This is just what happened. It was added to the list. It was added to inbound ships. Not just a fake one. Okay, yeah, dude. What I want to do with that information. I want to finish this thing. So, inbound ships. Right? And we need to get inbound ships. So, this is a list of IDs. So if I call this to be ships instead, and we will say ships table get values. Awesome. So this is going to give me, this is just a list of all ships from the ships table. And we want inbound ships. So we basically want this dot where. So if we take this big ass where clause and put it right there, we're going to have a dot get values dot where dot to array. Then we'll get rid of this. Change this to inbound ships. So we only care about the inbound ships where pickup is equal to this. We also no longer have to check to see if we know that their command data long is that planet, because that's how they got into the inbound ships in the first place. Their command was this planet. They are inbound. Boom. Easy peasy. Done. And that is how inbound ships work. And now we can sort by that distance, which means we no longer have to go through every single ship in the game every time somebody wants to do a pickup. Fuck yes. And that's it. That's all there is. Inbound ships is done just like that. And one of the ways that we can verify if it's actually working or not is I'll take two ships and set them up right next to each other, staggered a little bit, and then I'll select the planet and say pick up, and the one in front will go because there were no inbound ships. And while he's going, I'll tell the second ship to pick up. He's going to try and go to the closest one, but there'll already be an inbound ship, and therefore he won't go. Oh, for example. Right? See, that was perfect. One went to this, one went to the other one. Oh, that was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That was amazing. Hell yeah. Oh, cool. So we can get rid of this. So we'll just go ahead and mark this guy as completed. Let the, automation take over for it and set it back down. All right. And now we have an inbound ships list. That was smoother than I thought it was going to go. Awesome. Man, good progress already for the day. Kicking ass. All right, next, let's do another super easy one. Save to the database how many ships for the naming. Okay? So, we will store that in hub data. No, we shouldn't store that in hub data. It's a static number. And it seems like it would be just a pretty big waste. So where do I store that then? I don't have a static data thing. First we need hub station because we need to be able to look at all the numbers for the ships. Next, we need the game manager for sure. Just so I can verify that that's a thing. We could save it in resources. Right? There's nothing wrong with saving it in resources. It's just a number, right? I could just add multiple numbers. How many? Oh, I need 6 numbers. Cargo, shuttle, utility, and then the 3, what's it called? Yeah. I could probably do it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then, yeah. And I don't care about saving it in the beginning. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Resources needs to be saving when the game saves, right? That might be one of the things that I'm actually updating in real time or whatever. Save dynamic bars. Yeah. I will just write to the database the same as I do for the other things. So like resource manager, for example, when these things are changing, right? Update monies, update thorium, update lithium. Kind of a shit thing. Oh, I already have Hub Station open, don't I? Hub Station list button. I don't want that. Get out of here. Hub Station. So, we don't care about hub stats. Don't care about build queues. Oh, man. You know what I just realized? The location is doing it. That's actually a good thing. If the location is doing it, then I can copy the resource manager. Oh, too far. Right? Lithium, platinum, iridium. Perfect. We'll do hub station. And I'll do it at the bottom. I don't care. And then we'll do it one more time. Because we're going to say update delivery ship count. Nope, not what I wanted. Damn it, I don't know what it's called. All right, we'll just leave it. This is going to be saying update shuttle ship count. And we'll name this to shuttle. All right. Update utility ship count. We'll name this to, we'll just follow this trend for each one of the things. Right? And I would have done the other ones, but I have no memory what that thing was even called. Attack. Update attack ship count. I'm gonna end up writing total. Update attack ship count total. Fucking I don't know, man. Attack. This is going to be defense. Defense. And then update speed. Sweet. And then we'll say speed. Okay. Now at the top of this list, we should have a bunch of staticky stuff. And it's going to say total. That's what it was called. Total cargo ships built. Son of a bitch. All right. Also, I just realized that if you start a new game, those count numbers are the same. Like, I don't think I'm resetting those count numbers. Anyway, we want to set cargo. The total cargo ships built. Shuttle. Total. Shuttle ships built. Utility. Total utility built. Attack. Easy peasy, man. Look at me go. Crushing it. Defense. Boom. Okay. Whoops. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to hit the mic. Okay. Update resources with those things. Right? We have all of those things. We need these to reset, right? Are we ever resetting these things for reference? Total cargo, yeah, there we go. Okay, so static, on, built, scene, whatever the fuck. Awesome. We need... These aren't observable numbers. So, just anytime we do this, when we change this number, I mean, I could make it a static observable int, you know, and then just listen for the changes, or I can just put it right there. So it's like, oh yeah, see, that's a pain in the ass. On runtime initialization. That is working just fine. It's just we want it to do it also. Like, what? Why will you not let me? Can I do this? The only reason why I'm doing that is I want to do update cargo ships count. Oh, I did that backwards. All right, so cargo, shuttle, utility, wee. Yeah, because they need to be static. I'll get them to be static in a minute. Utility. Attack. Defense. And speed. Right? Public, static, void, update speed ship count. Why doesn't that work? Update speed ship count. What? What am I missing here? The name update cargo ships count doesn't exist. Real? Chips. 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 Son of a bitch. Don't mad at me. Update cargo ships count. Update cargo ships count. Fine. Update cargo. Update speed ships count. Update speed. That's weird. Why did that one go away? Ships count. All right. So before a scene loads, this is what happens. And when we clean up a scene, we are creating new ones, which basically kills the old ones, and garbage collection should take over any of that kind of stuff instead of just cleaning them. Right? Because isn't that what we should be doing? Instead of saying new, shouldn't we say clean? Let me see something. Cargo ships dot clean. Cargo ships observable list dot clean. Don't care. All right. I could have sworn that it would work the same way as all the other observables. The clean basically just like resets that variable back to its normal state, nulls out the delegates, empties whatever the property happens to be. But all right, let's see. Observable bool is an observable property. That's why. Property is equal to its default, and then these things all get changed. And that is because my observable list is not an observable property of type, what's it called? They are different. They shouldn't have been different. If I do something like an observable, do observable queue, for example. Okay. Over it. All right. So, anytime cargo ships data added, we're going to add that to its little staticky thing, and then it's going to add it, and then it's going to immediately update the cargo count, which is going to say total cargo ships built. We're going to set cargo. So, the only thing we have to do after that is in the game manager, we need to initialize those variables. Cargo count, shuttle count, utility count. I wonder what the next one's going to be. Attack count. And just in case there was any confusion, it's defense count and speed count for good measure. Okay. Oh. Oh ho ho ho. Wahaha. Oh, goody. So I'm removing that, adding a comma, not having a space next to it. I need to copy the same line. I need to say space plus, and then come down. And then I can do that, which is a new string. Then I do space. And then I can have that at the end. But I need to do this 6 times. Was there a... It was, okay. I needed to know if there was a space on that final the final parentheses or not. So we'll do year, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That actually worked out pretty well. It's pretty close to being full. So cargo, shuttle, utility, attack, defense, and then that's it. So this will break all existing saves because I'm not doing any like data migrations or any of that kind of stuff. This is why I switched to using a JSON string for the property, is because I didn't know about data migrations when I first wrote this game. Nor do I want to deal with, I don't even know. I've never researched how to do data migrations on SQL databases or any of that kind of stuff, because I would have to do that. I would basically, like, your game would load and I would have to do some weird database migration thing every time to see if it was set. Like, this is the way I used to do it, like real database columns and stuff. And then I was like, you know what? Fuck that. I'm just going to have this. Data text not null. Boom. JSON string. That way I can change the variable names and deal with it if they're missing or not. Made way more sense at the time. Okay. And actually, I did all of this and then didn't set the thing. So you are now going to be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And then, last but not least, is hub station dot total cargo ships built equals, and then what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Total ability. Cargo, shuttle, oh, attack. Defense. God, this is so boring. And speed. All right. So shuttle has 2 T's. Boom. We finally done. So now we should be able to, I'm just going to fucking test it, but give a rundown. We should be able to create a ship. So in one game, we should be able to create a ship, fire that ship, create a new ship. It'll be called Delivery Ship 2. Then we quit the game, we reload the game, and we should hire a new ship, and we'll get Delivery Ship 3, because it remembered that Delivery Ship 1 and 2 was a thing when it saved it. So, delete database. Let's see. This would be awesome. Knock out some constraint violation. Not null constraint failed. Resources.cargo. Oh, because I forgot to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. All right, so this is where we ended at. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, when we go to hub station, it should say set cargo, what's it called? Update resources. Set cargo number. Awesome. So we didn't mess that up at all. Let's try again. All right. Yeah, because we had it said not null, and we told it these values to insert into the row, but then we left all those null, which is where you get the constraint violation. Cool. Hey, look at that. 18 values for 12 columns. Hell yeah. That's fucking cool as shit. You want to know why? Because I forgot again what we were doing. I did string.format. Cargo. Shuttle. Utility. Attack. Defense. Speed. Oh, that is a fun one. That was a lot of fun. But it should be good. Delete database and start. Come on, fourth try. Or third try. I actually don't know how many tries. Hey, look at that. Didn't matter. Try. Blip, 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 blip. Hire a ship. Okay, we have a ship. Awesome. Now, we're going to take that ship. We're going to fire his ass. You are salvaged. Well, that was a bummer. Null reference exception. What? Selected unit cell. We fired him. It is because we deleted him. And when it was deleted, his command got set. Can I say if not selected ship return? Is that a thing that I can do? Also, if it's selected unit cell, then I guarantee you that the ship list button is going to suffer from the same thing. Oh, well, you already did that. If data equals null or the ship transform thing equals null, which in this case, we might have the same problem. So if not selected ship or selected ship dot transform equals null return. All right, let's try that. And we'll just start the database over again and try again. Delete. Try again. Ugh. I'm going to charge this. Use it in a little bit. Who puts the port on the bottom of the mouse so you can't use it? Who does that? Fucking Apple does. That's who. Oh, that's the other thing I get to practice today. I want so badly. Oh, come on. Have. Stop it. Stop it. I want so badly to have my backup hard drive. Stop it. Go lay down, please. Hey, I need you to go lay down. Go lay down. Nope. Go lay down. About like 40 more minutes. 45 more minutes. Ish. 47, but whatever. 47 more minutes. Calm down. $6.51. See, tomorrow might be a decent trade day. We'll see how the recovery goes. I'm glad I wake up every day at 6:30. Okay. Ship shop. Hire ship. Fire ship. Fired. Awesome. Delivery ship 1. So now we hire this. We get delivery ship 2. Awesome. Hey, nothing too crazy. Start the game. He's still delivery ship 2. We hire a new ship. Delivery ship 4. Delivery ship 4. Why delivery ship 4? Should have been delivery ship 3. So I bet you it was delivery ship 3, but when it spawned the new one and we added that ship as our thing, interesting way to have that be an issue. Huh. Yeah, so what ended up happening was because I'm updating the counter anytime we add ships to that list, when we spawn in the new ships from the saved game, they're getting added to that list, which is incrementing the number. So they're basically, basically resources are getting called first. It's adding all of those things to the number, which is doing the count, which is saving the stuff. Because it's incrementing the count, because we're doing it on what's it called? We're doing it on this initialization thing. I don't know why I am doing it this way with the static stuff. I don't know what the benefit was in my head for doing it static stuff like this. I know active fleet, this thing here, is a list of all the ships that are owned on your hub station. This are all the defense in the game, anywhere. That was probably the reason why I did it. But we're calling spawn ship, right? Is that the reason why this is happening? Because my game manager has when we set the people. Load galactic systems, load locations, load ships. That's what we need. Load clients, load ships. I have to do it in a very specific order. All right, so if not enemy, yes, he's right there. So basically we are telling my hub station to create the ship. And that is what's going to set the property. All right, so one way around this would be to one way around this would be to not like if I just did it here instead of in the runtime initialization. I can still leave them observable. That's not the issue. The issue is coming from the fact that I'm doing this here. So let's do this instead, because I don't need this whole thing. So we can just do this. We just do the whole thing, right? I wanted to comment it out, not get rid of it. So if we instead do whatever that was doing, I don't know, down here, right? Oh, where to go? Spawn ship. So cargo ships.add. We are going, see, we're going to be basically in the exact same position. Because we're going to be adding all of these ships. Spawn ship's going to get called regardless. So we essentially need to add those numbers, like the resource numbers, after all the hub stations have, after all the ships have spawned, basically. So like, you know, we get all the stuff, right? We have all this stuff, but if we take this, these values here, hey, no. Shift does that. What does this do? Does that do that too? Yep, that does that. So it's this shift, isn't it? Nope, just kidding. I cannot remember which one does it. Oh, that fucking crazy. So, get rid of that. We don't need any of that. I've already copied all this. Right? We need to go to load ships. We're just gonna boop, plop it in right there. Dude, I could have sworn that did the... There we go. Boom. We'll put that there. Whoa, what the heck? That's weird. Station. That? Weird. Alright, take all of this. And we'll make a little comment. Updating the totals on the hub station after the ships have all loaded in. So we have all of our cargo counts. We're updating those numbers and setting them. And then at the very end, right here. So once we're done loading all of the ships. that updates all those numbers. And then back in our hub station, we will now plus total cargo built. Right? Because I don't care that we're updating them here. Like, I know we're going to be creating the ships. It's going to be incrementing those properties. Like, right, we're going to have a ship count before the thing gets loaded. But then after all the ships we're just resetting it back to whatever the value was from the database anyway. I don't really care. It's just a little bit of a thing. The issue, actually, fuck off, that I just realized that that's not going to work because I need to update the database. Every time these numbers change, and I can't be writing to the database. I'm basically going to be overwriting. Like, there's going to be a little window where it's like setting the wrong value for each one of the ships that you build. Oh, well, that's fun. That's a nice little pickle I got myself into. Interesting. How do I get around that? Because I don't want it to write to the database at this stage. All right, let's see. Cool. From load. Equals false. Okay. We also don't need to set the nickname of the people either. So this is going to say if not from load. Awesome. All right, so if not from load. And then we can say update cargo ships count. This should solve that problem. Ability. Man, I, in all seriousness, I thought I was done saying this over and over and over again, but nope. Attack. Crazy. Attack, defense, speed? Yeah. Attack. Defense. Defense. Fuck. Well. Fuck that up. Have them in weird orders. So, you are going to be defense. I wasn't reading the thing. I was just keeping the same order that I've had the whole time. And I should not have done that. Speed. The utility's correct, shuttle's correct, and cargo is correct. It's just my attack, defense, and speed were out of order. That's fine. Okay. So, if not from load, then we want to increment the ship counter. We want to do the defense ships, and we want to do all that stuff. So, it is not from load by default, which means when we go over here and we're in our game manager thing, we have our, at the end of loading all of the ships, once we're done and we're about to move on, then we set all of the stuff that we got from loading the resources up top. It's a little janky and out of order and hard to follow, but this is life. This is how I get shit done, man. I gotta just get it to work. All I can do, get it to work. So when we load ships, we're not doing any count for the enemies. We're just doing this spawn ship thing where it says position. Right here, you're going to say true because it is from load. Can you do something like this? Can you say from load and do that? Oh, you can. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we can say from load equals that. We don't need to do that, but let's say we had properties in different places, right? And we have default parameters for things. You would be able to name those individual things, and I think you can get them out of order. Like you can do them out of order by doing this, but I just wanted to make it like explicitly clear that like the reason why we're doing this is because of from load. Because I have a hard time, sometimes you'll see things like, oh my god, where's a mail thing, for example? True. What the fuck does that mean? What does true mean, you know? So it's like, it's better if I name them true. Okay, whatever you say. All right, let's try again. This is all still in preparation for being able to see ships as they come in. Right? Let's delete the database. Next. Delete the database. Delete the database. Yeah, delete the database. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Chip shop. Okay. Delivery ship 1. Salvage ship. It is now dead. Next ship. Hire ship. Delivery ship 2. Stop. It is still called Delivery Ship 2. Ship shop. Hire ship. Delivery ship 3. Let's fucking go. And I will kill Delivery Ship 3. Quit the game. Go back into my game. Which 147? When was that? Is this the one that I created at 147? I don't know if this is the one, so let's load it. Alright, that makes sense. Yeah. You are mad at me at something. Yeah, because that wasn't the right database. But either way, we'll go back in there. We were at Delivery Ship 3. I killed that one, so I should be able to go in and create Delivery Ship. Stop it. Right now, we should be at Delivery Ship 3. This guy is Delivery Ship 2. And when I create one, we'll get Delivery Ship 4. And if that logic worked, which it did, perfect, then that means that it'll apply to all the other ships. Awesome. So we knocked out another one. Let's go. We're on a roll, baby. Hell yeah. Okay. Awesome. Oh. So. One of the other things that I was doing, you know, we're gonna take a break for a second from writing code and make sure that I actually commit all these fucking changes because there's been a bunch of stuff. Right? So let's make sure that I commit a bunch of my changes. // show you what I actually do. See if you can actually see it or not. This is how I do nested projects in Unity. So I have like my actual project. I have my actual project in Unity, and then I have framework code, and it's 2 different Git repos. And this is how I do it. I stash all of the meta files from my framework code. So stash meta. That moved all of them into a different folder, and then I go up to the actual commit stuff, and I can say, sure, work in progress. No, we'll do what? Work in progress. We'll just save it quickly. Okay, so now my GPS stuff is done, and my framework code, updated framework, right? We'll commit that one, push to the repos. So now develop branch just went, framework branch just went, right? So they're both done. Cool. And then /apply meta.sh. That is going to move all of my meta files from the frameworks folder, the framework meta files folder, and re-put them back into the file structure. There we go. You just have to make sure you do that, because if you go back to Unity in the middle of that, it breaks all of the associations and references and shit like that. But this way works great, because now I can go back to Unity, and Unity has no idea. So, worked out great. And what time is it? It is 2:34, so I've got 30 minutes. What do I want to work on that I think could be a close thing to work on? Oh, you know what? Now that I have this thing. Hub station. Nope, we'll go to ships. One thing for sure, like absolutely for sure, we have a listener, right? That says, hey, current command info on property changed from. Let's see something. It's still called minership because I never renamed it. Okay. So we are doing start or set command. That doesn't do anything, right? On command canceled. That's when we're doing all of this. Also, it's weird that we do on command canceled. I am absolutely can accept commands equals true. No idea. I don't think that's where that happened, because we're never canceling a command for something, but like you should, let's just make sure, because I have no idea where it's coming from, like what screws it up. Mining timer finish, I don't care. Dock width, I don't care. So when we call start building, that's the thing that's saying, hey, we can't accept commands and we're doing these things, and stop building. That's when we're doing this. We're never setting building completed. We're calling stop building. Don't care. Building completed. Boom. Can't accept commands. True. So what we're going to do is if the command we have is not one of the build commands, right? So that's why we're going to go to ship. We need to go to is location based command, and then we have is poi based command. We're going to have public static bool is building based command. And then we'll take in a game command. Do that really quick, because I'm tired of command info. What are we going to say? Just info? Is that what I wrote over here? I wrote command info. Keep it the same. Well, actually, over here we can just do command, and down here we can just do game command also. The reason why we needed to do poi based is because we needed to know if your command is move and you have a data long that is like, yeah, if your command is move and you have a data long, that means you're moving towards something, and the only thing in the game you move towards are points of interest. Otherwise, your move is a command and the vector is the blank thing. So we're going to say game command command. All right. So all of this is going to say command. And then instead of if, we are instead going to say return. So we are going to return if it's build hub, beacon, billboard, delivery distance, extractor, base, fuel, ship, building, refinery, terraforming. I don't think there are any other build commands. But let's just verify that real quick. Hub. Terraform, fuel, refinery, extractor, beacon, billboard, delivery distance, ship building, build base. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I think that's good. So is building based command. Awesome. Which means ship. We're just going to do it here. And I'm going to say if not is building based command, and accept commands equals true. For the love of God, if my command ever gets set. And I will even say, like, what happens if I call stop building? What does stop building do? Stop building. Yeah, we'll just call stop building. Just stop. Just get some help. Stop building. Add to inbound ships. Do we care about this? I don't want them to get stuck. Like, let's say you can do the whole get the command thing. But so we'll say if type Well, I guess I could do that too. If I'm gonna do this, I might as well. I could do something like this. Like I can say if type dot property if type dot property. What the fuck is happening? Stop. Type is a ship type, right? Is it not a... Oh, it's not a thing. Okay, gotcha. Only locations can switch their ship types, which is why... Like, if I would have to make it an observable if I were to ever do, like, promoting ships or switching ships between different ship types, then I would need to do it. But we're not doing that right now, so I don't really care. So, if type equals ship type dot utility and the game command that you are going towards right now, when it got set, can accept commands minor ship this dot stop building. Love of God, stop building. Stop getting stuck. Stop building. I am hopeful. I am hopeful that this is going to be the one that fixes utility ships. Besides, this isn't even a fix. This is just a bunch of duct tape and band-aids to get the bleeding and the leaking to stop, which I'm okay with. Honestly, at the end of the day, I'm okay with it. Just stop getting stuck. It is such a pain in the ass, and I have no idea what's wrong with it. So, here's the hoping. You too could test it soon. Just hit me up. Follow. Do all that other fun stuff. Cool. Okay. So we're going to say that one is in progress, needs testing, and it's pinned. So we're going to go ahead and leave that one as is. We don't need that one. But we are going to start working on this one here. Add event for this thing. This was what's kickstarted everything. All of the rewrite from last night plus today till right now is because of this right now, which is detection collider. Boom. Look, I am selected. On property changed to. It changed to selected. Here is select. Which I don't really need to say on property changed to. I could just say on property changed. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of this. And I'm just going to say owner.isSelect. Same thing. Doesn't really matter, but I don't have to pass around the variable. But it'll do the exact same thing. Okay. So we want the detection collider to be selected right? So if owner.isSelected, okay, easy peasy, turn the detection collider on. Detection collider dot enabled equals true. If you were not selected, else if explorer ship dot types dot contains, right? M owner dot type. And the reason why we're doing like this the reason why we're doing it this way is I want the detection collider to be enabled for explorer ships at all times. Those 3 different types, the attack, defense, and speed ships. Those guys listen for when enemies come into their detection collider and go and handle them accordingly. All the other ships, utilities, shuttles, delivery, they don't do shit. Right? They don't respond to any ships in that way. So, until I need their detection collider, which is now going to be primarily used for figuring out if you have come near a point of interest, or a planet, or a ship, or something, or location, anything, they can just turn them off. Because I'm only doing that stuff for scanning purposes. And then the ship recovery collider, like the point of interest, go gobble up all the packages, that collider is off by default all the time, unless your command is to pick up, then it turns it on, and anytime you detect a package, then you gobble it up like a little Pac-Man. So, I think this is going to work. But you can see here, add collider name to a detected list. So whatever the thing is that we're hitting, we need to add this stuff to the list. So we need the ship. Can I at least get a list of stuff for me to see and view and pause and all that crap? That would be awesome. Properties. So I don't know exactly how I want to do this because it's one big list and I need them to all be ordered by your by a transform. So like I could probably add them all to 3 individual lists, but I think it would be better for me to just add something to it, like my ship, for example, right? Game command handler has command handler and tick handler doesn't have an iDiscovery handler. Fine. I was thinking like, oh, it's discoverable or like a detectable. Like I could make a iDetectable thing. You know, my ship is an iDetectable and my point of interest, iDetectable. Would that work? If I just had an iDetectable and just had one big iDetectable and then it was just a property that had transform and I would be able to just add it, but then I wouldn't be able to, how would I know what it came from? You know? Like, how am I doing the stuff right now? Hold on. Ship UI manager. We should have nav and now navigation. All right, navigation tab. Okay, so we're adding all of the locations. And we have a poi list. We're adding all of them. And then I have a variable called big ass transforms list, which should be all the locations in your area. Right? The list. And then we're adding the poi list right after it. And then we're sorting that list. And so this is what my wife has been complaining about, is I think that she has multiple ships selected. And the reason why they're coming out of order is because she doesn't understand, and at no fault of her own, that when you have multiple ships selected, it's picking and choosing which one has the higher navigation scanner, and if it doesn't know that, it just picks like the first one. So depending on where you're going, you have no idea. Like it's I think a lot of the issues on the navigation scanner being out of order and her not understanding why sometimes there's a thing that popped up in the list is she'll click on that one specific ship and then look for it, and it doesn't show up anywhere. And she doesn't know why it didn't show up. Well, it didn't show up because the other ship was the one that was responsible for you seeing it, and now you're not on that ship, right? And it's just stupid because being able to have multiple ships selected and then go to a scanner needs to follow like your captain's scanner. So I definitely need to fix that issue and do some sort of UI element that shows you this is your captain. Your captain is the one that's going to have the scanner. Because yeah, this whole highest scanner thing is fucking dumb. But I can see where an issue comes from, because it's like, let's say you have two ships that don't have a dark scanner on it and one ship that does have a dark scanner on it, right? And you guys are all next to each other. You have them all selected and you open up the navigation scanner. They're supposed to be like in communication with themselves. I don't know. It's a confusing thing that I got to do more thinking on, but for the most part, it's like there's always going, well, if there's a location scanner present, yeah, right? No asteroid scanner. So this whole highest scanner and dark scanner and all that crap, like, I'm going to say that it is equal to this person. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And say that, oh yeah, actually I don't even need to do that because look, selected ship is already a thing that's here. Like we are setting like ship UI manager, selected ship. That is the first ship that got selected into the thing. That is the captain of all of this. So highest scan range. We're going to move these things to here. And we're going to say selected ship scan range, and here selected ship dark scan range. That's it. We're not dealing anymore with who has higher or who has what. It doesn't matter. It is your all of the stuff is based off of your captain of the squad. So okay, and it also didn't really answer my question. I mean, it kind of answered my question. Like why they're out of order and in weird places, because I'm just taking everything. So, I have big ass thing, sorted list. For every transform inside of the sorted list, we're basically trying to get a component off of it. And it's like, I kind of want to not do this each time. So it's like, part of me wants to do this, like, that was weird. You know? I can't remember if you have an ability of doing that or not. I want to see something. Can I copy this? Can I say... Can I do this and say poi equals... Right? And then... not equals null. And then take this out. Can I do that? No, you cannot. Oh! Yes, you fucking can. So I can basically assign it directly into the thing and go. It's what I wanted to do in the first place. Which means I can do that. Well, I have to say poi equals null. But I can do that. Oh, dude, that's fucking sick. That means I can do the same thing here. I can say location equals null. And then here, I'm just going to assign the variable really quick. Damn, I did it again. And then right here, say not equals null. So it's going to first go through and attempt to assign it. And if it does, then it's going to do this and it won't do this anymore. It means I don't need that. Okay, well, I think I have what I need now to figure out all the stuff, because I can basically take everything that you have from the transform and go down the list. So, you know, what did you hit in your detection collider? And I'll be able to, this sorted list thing, instead of going through like, look, I have to go through every point of interest in the world to see if we're close enough to it. And that makes no fucking sense to me whatsoever. None whatsoever that we're doing that. Because I'm a ship way down here in the bottom corner. There's nothing around me. And I have to search 300 plus all the planets plus all the ships just that every time I open the scanner. Ridiculous. Not doing that shit anymore. Anyway. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out and joining, chilling with me in my weird little adventure and annoying habits. But I will see you all on Thursday. Yeah, I think we did a pretty good job today at getting some of these things tackled out. Like, what are the things that we did? Save database, inbound ships, fix the thing from going, rewrote some code. Hell yeah. I think it was pretty good. So, yeah, with that, I bid you guys farewell. Let's see. We'll go ahead and stop this shit. And yeah, take care, everybody.